Can we talk about this take for a second? Honest Hearts versus Mothership Zeta? What are you smoking? How are we doing, chat? What Noah Caldwell Gervais video are you watching? We judge heavily. It's too late. Can't you think of us poor Euros? Hey, I'm trying out the worst time slot for a live stream. No, that's in like 6 hours. So imagine this stream, but in 6 hours. If they could pull it off, would you like a Fallout game set in Japan? You're putting a lot of stock in the word "if" there with that sentiment. Known Stormcloak sympathizer, Noah Caldwell Gervais. Wouldn't you pick China first? I feel like there's not enough Western games set in China. You know, we have a lot of Japan, we have some Korea, we don't have any China. It's the oddest thing. Do you think Bethesda will keep the Fallout TV show canon? I think Bethesda's going to keep Elder Scrolls Online canon. It's a good question, though. I mean, I don't know if I can care. Fallout 5 is going to come out in like 2032. Oh, true. Kung Fu Panda. What about everybody's favorite expansion, Mists of Pandaria? Is Japan even around in Fallout? We don't know. We don't know anything about what's going on with Japan. Other than there is a samurai from the 14th century on Mothership Zeta. Yeah, Mists of Pandaria Classic soon. I heard they're offering double experience in the 80 to 85 bracket for the Cataclysm content. Speaking of World of Warcraft, I messed up today. I am doing a thing where I am leveling to 60 on the Anniversary Realms. And I'm recording it. And I accidentally used the wrong OBS scene. I used the Fallout scene instead of the World of Warcraft scene. And as a result, I didn't capture World of Warcraft. It's just a black screen. And then I had a like blue BOE item drop, which is perfect for the class I'm playing. So now everybody's gonna think that I just I'm being benefited from somebody's donated an item to me and invalidates the entire challenge. It sucks. It sucks. What's BOE? Bind on equip, which means that, you know, somebody else could buy it for me or give it to me, and then, you know, I've no longer done it solo, because I've done everything solo up until now. All I have is, like, the audio of me doing it, but there's no audio for items dropping, so there's really no... I can't think of any way to definitively prove my innocence. But why do you have to prove your innocence? Hey, I'm just saying. You think one of us is brain dead enough to play WoW and then give you something? People ask me what server I am. What server are you on? When the WoW video was coming out, they asked what anniversary realm I was going to be on. Because I don't think it is known if, like what's going on with TBC Classic. Will I be able to bring Season of Discovery characters? Obviously without the runes, but will I be able to take my level 50 from Season of Discovery into the Anniversary Realm? Am I going to be able to take my 60 that I leveled in the Classic Realm into the Anniversary Realm when TBC comes out? I don't know. I didn't even look it up, to be honest. Because I wanted to play a Warlock, so... Yeah, I don't know if Private Sessions is joining. I don't know if he's awake. Or home. That's the other thing. No, I just decided to do this stream. Will there be a classic presidential news segment in this stream? That depends. Did something just happen? You see, it's only a classic because, like, Biden dropped out during the stream. The only other breaking news I can remember was the helicopter crash that happened during the stream. It's funny, they just use pure kana for his dialogue in the Japanese version. I know they use... I wrote it like a week ago. Romaji, which is the, like, Latin phonetic spelling of Japanese instead of Japanese characters. I don't know. Would the gimmick of Toshiro Kago be better if they implemented like Japanese script into the subtitles? Because they could, right? There was a Japanese localized version, so surely for the bit, I think it would be funny. Is Private Sessions your Stavi or your Adam? That depends. Is he gonna sabotage? Is he gonna try to sabotage my career? The way fonts are displayed means it wouldn't work. Yeah, which is a shame. So I think that I am wanting to do March. March is when we're going to start doing other people's videos. So if anybody's just sitting at the edge of their seat, fuming, angry, you know, at this point in the Skyrim series, you'd covered like 17 different people's Skyrim videos, and it's like, yeah, that was a bad thing. They completely redid how they're done on the Japanese version. Probably other Asian releases, the font map is like 2,000 characters. I feel like they could slip in just like, I don't know, 20 Japanese characters and just keep reusing them over and over. The dialogue doesn't have to be right. The joke is that he speaks Japanese. Now, what he's saying is, you know, can be translated. It's not actual literal gibberish, but I feel like the joke gets sold better if the characters aren't even in English. But there is an appeal to me in that bit that it is in that Romaji phonetic script. It is kind of funny. Like, that's your character's interpretation of what he's saying. Just Right speaks Japanese. No, I think the Romaji is funnier. I hope it's Romaji, because I've said it multiple times now. I think Will Shin's interview wasn't honest. I think he's more pandering to companies that would hire him, hopefully. He's already hired. He already works for a company. He's working on Subnautica 2. That's not how the game industry works. In the game industry, everybody except like real outsiders, like your Chris Avalones or your Daniel Vavras, you know, those are the only people who talk shit in the industry. Everybody else plays nice. If they tell a story that's like negative, it's always like they always try to pitch it in a way where they were at fault for the person being negative, like that kind of stuff. So like when Will Shin tells the Emil Pagliarulo story, you know, he pitches it in a way where he accepts blame, even if there wasn't necessarily blame to be accepted. They call it professionalism, but I think they go beyond professionalism. It's basically more like being in a clique. Did I mention they completely axed the Chinese soldier voices in Japanese and redubbed the Anchorage ones in Japanese? I don't think I like David Jaffe. Is he the one that turned into a YouTuber? He's a really obnoxious guy. Yeah, I was reading about Fallout 3's Japanese version. I would be really curious. I'm pretty sure they were just like overactively self-censoring with the Fat Man. Maybe not with the Fat Man thing. It'd be good to rename the Fat Man, but like cutting the Megaton quest. He's the former God of War director. Yeah, what the fuck happened to him? I mean, that's just how it goes. That's part of life, is that somebody who makes something decent isn't always guaranteed to end up in a good place. And I think that he doesn't have the best support group, and that kind of led him to where he's at. It's weird. He's like the Acer Thorn of game developers. Gotta love the industry where devs get used and thrown away. That's the weird thing, is that there's a weird camaraderie between game developers that you don't really see in other creative industries, where they won't kind of... And I think it's because they get fucked so hard by the consumers and by the publishers and by the studios that, like, the one rule they have is that they can't fuck each other. How is your VTuber avatar experiencing shadows? There's a light source. There's a command you can do. No, I say command. It's shift click, shift right click, alt right click, zoom, alt left click, rotate. Okay. See? Control left click. Okay, that moves the light source. Yeah, you can move the light source around, and it gets cursed. The Morrowind's facial models were not made for, like, Unity lighting. But yeah, it's just like a generic Unity light source. Sure, but devs have very little real power in the dynamic, I mean. Yeah, I've been thinking about this lately. It came up because of the... how come you're never an Argonian or Khajiit? I am an Argonian or a Khajiit. I have models for both. Daniel Vavra's been making fun of like people who screwed him over when Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 came out and are now giving Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And did you interview Acer Thorn in person? Almost. So he's been making fun of these reviews, and there have been, of course, games journalists and developers who are like, "No, this is unsportsman. Just take your win in grace." And it's like, yeah, now that you're on the receiving end, you're all about dignity and polity and gentleman discourse. And it's like, no, that guy should be running fucking victory laps over the entire industry. You guys tried to fuck him over. Yeah, I like all of the anime girls that we made, which is why I still routinely come back to use the models. I gave them all kind of distinct personalities with the way they look. It was fun. It was a really fun time. Kingdom Come Deliverance isn't really that good. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You know, it's better than half the shit that got released that year, and it got very rough treatment by games journalists because of the whole lack of inclusivity thing that was going on with it. So if you don't recall, when Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 came out, there were no black people in it. And there were no black people in it because it's set in, like, 15th century Bohemia, right? So there were people who were like, this game's not diverse enough, and it's like, what do you mean? It's historically accurate. So yeah, that was like a big controversy back when that game came out, and they tried to label that guy, I don't know if he is a Gamergator or not, but they put him in that camp. So well, he did make it more inclusive now, so journalists like it. I'm on the fence about it. I need to see more about what's going on. I'd like to play the game. I need to play the first one, though. That's kind of the issue, is I don't I don't play enough games. I was thinking about streaming a few games like Tainted Grail, and I think Peripetia is coming out soon. The guy messaged me with a code, which I'm not going to accept, but he was explicitly a Gamergate person. Okay, well, I don't like to say that someone is a Gamergate person unless I know that they are, because that can be potentially slanderous among the wrong crowds. One gay side quest is barely diversity. Yeah, to me it sounded like it's woke, the same way that Baldur's Gate 3 is woke. Pat, are you a Pokemon guy? No, but I did have the light blue Game Boy. It had color, and I had Fire Red and Emerald on it, and I really liked those games when I was a kid. Not playing enough games yet, having to play Fallout 3 and 4. I'm so sorry, man. The one thing I like about this project is that I am playing New Vegas, and I can't stress enough how fun energy weapons have been as a playstyle. You realize there are literally 0 named orc or nord women in the DLCs? If there are, they're probably like in the Shivering Isles. Like, isn't one of the apostates a nord woman? Or oh, Fallout 4 too. Well, we did a stream on Nuka World. There's no real difference between energy guns other than ammo economy in New Vegas, though. Yeah, but the ammo economy is what I've found to be interesting. Energy weapons force you to engage with the like ammo crafting side of the game in a way that I've never really have. I heard someone say Elden Ring was woke once. Yeah, no, we're entering into kind of a very degenerate era of the anti-woke grifting, where it's gonna parallel early social justice stuff in terms of like just nonsense. So I've been thinking about like good terms for it. I do like the term anti-woke inquisitor because I feel like I wanted to work Inquisitor into it, just because I think that kind of matches the vibe of what they go for. I'm sorry, but there were no black people in medieval Europe. Bohemia is just not true, and actual propaganda. Well, you know, there was a bar in London with slave chains, which means that every other NPC in Hogwarts Legacy has to be a minority. Why do you look like that? Someone asked me if I had an Argonian model. Let's see. I finally paid the Vtuber model guy, so I can use all these Fallout models that I paid for. Brother, Africa was 1 C away. So? Dropping frames? We better not be dropping frames. Listen, Mexico's 1 C away, and that doesn't mean that every other person in America is Mexican. Wait. I mean, not to be political, but like, there is a certain silliness with representation, and that has what has led to the anti-woke cringe stuff. Is that threshold was pushed too far. Do people think there are black people in Tunisia and in Egypt? I can buy more that, but yes, there is a underrepresentation of what Egyptians and Tunisians and Algerians actually look like. I got a really insightful comment on my Doom modding guide that explained GZ Doom limitations, followed by the word woke and the most insane modern drama ever. Did you see the modern drama of the guy who claimed he got another modder deported? Which I think is fake, by the way, because the guy that was quote-unquote deported writes like a Bethesda NPC getting, like, mauled by a deathclaw and writing down, I'm being mauled by a deathclaw. Like, he types in chat, what the fuck is ice? And I'm like, really? I'm supposed to believe that this is actually legitimate? I didn't say anything because, you know, there's always the possibility that it is legitimate, but at the same time, it's just something smells fishy. We need 14 years of anti-woke crusading to make up for the woke shit. See, that's the problem that people get into, though, is this reciprocal mentality. And that's why we're stuck in this endless fucking culture war nonsense of... Because it's just going to come back around, right? You think, I'm going to get my 14 years of justice and then it'll all be fixed. No. No, there's going to be people that are going to live under that for 14 years that are going to want retribution when that's done. And then the pendulum's going to swing to the other side. Just stop being weird, you fucking losers. This woke shit needs to stop. I do agree with that, though. See, for me, woke was always about performative leftist politics. It was not about legitimately accomplishing something. It was always about rainbow capitalism. You know, you put a rainbow profile picture up on Pride Month, and then the second that that's over, you take it down, and it's like, well, are those your actual morals, or are you just participating because you want Black Lives Matter to stop attacking your stores whenever they have riots? But I will be the one who is caught in the middle because I have historically called out the left-wing stuff, and now I think as time goes on, I will be increasingly calling out the right-wing anti-woke inquisitor stuff. I'll call them AWIs. Mod drama is so dumb. Mod drama is hilarious. Okay? Mod drama is one of the reasons I like modding, because I don't like modding in other ways. I saw today somebody posted a statement that basically Starfield's Nexus is dead because of paid mods. So it is really funny that Starfield is struggling to acquire a modding scene because... Alright, we're getting private sessions. Starfield's not getting a modding scene because they put a meter on it, and everybody's being too greedy with the way that they're pricing their stuff. Alright. I have to turn him up, and then turn the music down. We are listening to Azuremist Isle music, by the way. Same with the wiki. I didn't know that the Starfield wiki is actually dead.
Hello.
Did you hear about the modders who had a list of modding fascists and almost got banned because they put a Nexus staff member on it?
What have I walked into?
We were talking about anti-woke stuff. I've coined the term anti-woke inquisitor. I'm sure that you have something you want to bring up.
About what?
You messaged me about it today.
Oh! Rooster Teeth coming back from the dead?
Yeah. I'm curious about that. Surely... Well, can Red versus Blue as an IP be held?
I
Because it's derivative of Halo, right? If you can't
yeah
argue in court that you can't have a court dispute over red versus blue, because I feel like that obviously goes back to you guys didn't own that. Like, not
yeah.
really. You own the performance and the videos that you edited, but I feel like you can't actually own the intellectual property of red versus blue.
My assumption would be that the only IP that anybody would really care about is Ruby,
Yeah.
and
What, you don't mean the
um,
Michael Jordan mecha anime?
yeah, yeah,
Viz Media owns Ruby, so they can't go back to it.
yeah. Thank God. Um, no, I told my friend who sent me who told me the news. I was like, I really hope that they don't get back into like high budget animation, because that is legitimately what killed Rooster Teeth.
Yeah.
Because they had to hire so many people to do those productions and stuff. They were not equipped to do that sort of work. They were not. It it just killed them. It's the reason they had to sell out to like AT&T and all this shit. So I hope that they're not going to repeat that mistake. It's very interesting though, like because so the original, for anybody who's unaware, um the original founder of Rooster Teeth, Bernie Burns, he bought the rights to, like, he bought the company back basically. He bought it. I don't even know who the fuck was holding the rights at this point. um
I'm sure it was
yeah.
like just dwindling in value, and he was just sending them
Oh
an
yeah.
email every week like, "Hey, we're down to like $10 million now."
Yeah. I I'm really curious how much he even spent for it. I doubt it was even that much.
500 grand
Especially,
and a pack of cigarettes.
yeah. Especially if, like I said, the only thing that they would care about is like Ruby and maybe some of the podcasts. I don't even know
I
about
think
that.
that it was probably just, I bet they like bought back all the hard drives and stuff, like, all the media archives and
Hmm.
all that
Which is
all that paperwork.
which is great, because I was very concerned that all of their, like, that would all become lost media for when I inevitably do a Rooster Teeth video in like 50 years.
Yeah.
I was like, man, I really got to like go and just start downloading everything, because it's all going to disappear in a few years. But I guess I don't have to worry about that? Question mark. We shall see.
We shall
But yeah,
see.
so Bernie Burns bought it, and like his own production company, Box Canyon Studio, which is obviously a reference to Blood Gulch. Um,
Right.
they now own it. So, and they only gave like a little press release, and in it they just said that they want to return back to their roots as like a creative, community driven, blah 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 blah, whatever. Like I'm
What
just,
are their roots though?
it's red versus blue. I mean, I imagine anything before what was it, like, was it 2016 is when they started shitting the bed really bad?
I would say like 2015. I
Yeah,
mean, I
yeah, like
mean, hey,
around
speaking of
that.
woke, I mean that was the time period, and that was probably the
Yeah,
reason.
yeah, yeah. I mean, but yeah. So if they go back to like that time period, which I imagine that's what they'd be targeting, is like the when they were like a 50-person studio.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
50.
yeah. When like that was
I
back
think
when.
it's just about getting to own the name, so that they can run like YouTube channels that, like,
Yeah,
this is where the people are.
yeah. I don't. That's what I was wondering, is if they're even gonna do like another studio again, because like Bernie Burns lives in Scotland, I think. So
Roosters don't even have teeth. Well, you know what the name means, right? It's not about literal rooster teeth.
yeah,
They were gonna call the studio Cockbite, and then they needed to change the name.
yeah. Which is like, you know, it it really sets the tone for their trajectory in the end.
Yeah.
You know, it was anybody really surprised that they would have like a sexual assault allegation issue and everything like that?
Listen, who in the last 10 years hasn't had a sexual assault allegation issue?
So true, so true. Not me, but that's because I don't go out. Well, I don't talk to people. I go out, I just don't talk to people when I go out. But yeah, so it's gonna be interesting to see like what they actually do. If they're gonna like start another studio, or if it's gonna just be like a network type of thing. If they're gonna go back to
I,
Austin, or if they're gonna build
minimum, they
something.
bring the podcast back.
Oh yeah, they'll definitely be bringing like a lot of their podcasts back and stuff. But it's gonna be and like they could like I'm almost excited because like they could do a Red versus Blue reboot at this point. Like they could just reboot everything. It's a perfect excuse to just like start from scratch again. Just be like, yeah, let's do Red versus Blue. Let's, it would be great if they could make another show that was like the original 5 seasons.
They would never.
I don't know. You say that, but I didn't expect them to.
I think the movie is the movie they made is a clue.
Back.
The ending movie that they made, it was a bit too serious for them to be like returning to roots.
Yeah, but remember, like almost everybody who worked on that probably isn't going to be working on this new one if they bring Red versus Blue back. It's just interesting because it's like it's I've never seen a company like hard hit the restart button before. So is they get the right people back and stuff, and I'm more hopeful about it than Bethesda. That's for sure.
Speaking of the reset button, what did I respond with? I responded with Disney Plus losing 700,000 subscribers in Q1 of 2025.
Yeah, that's man, that's pretty wild.
Is it because they just don't have anything like coming out?
It's probably that. It's probably the economy sucks still. Eggs are like $12 a fucking dozen.
Well, that's been my working theory for a while. Is like, who still has money for entertainment? Like we're a bunch of dumb monkeys scratching our head. Hey, how come Dragon Age Veilguard didn't sell? I think what's fucked up is people are thinking that like, oh, the culture's pushing back against it. No, I think Dragon Age Veilguard would have sold $4 million if people could afford to buy fucking eggs.
Yeah. It's pretty rough out there right now. You got, tons of layoffs going on. Price of houses is still remaining pretty high in most markets and stuff. Interest rates are through the roof. It's the economy right now sucks like hard.
Isn't the really eggs thing just that bird flu's making the rounds? Yeah, I didn't know what was going on with the eggs thing until I actually I was passing by, because I don't eat eggs. I was passing by the section where they sell them, and they had a notice up of like, hey, here's why there's a limit on how many you can buy.
Yeah. But no, it's a pretty serious thing, the bird flu because they have to start like culling the entire like herds and everything like that, or flocks, whatever.
Yeah.
And I heard that the prices are expected to increase another 20% over the course of this year. So like prices aren't even going to start going down; they're going to keep going up. And the thing too is like eggs are in everything we eat, pretty much. Like you look at, it's like, yeah, I don't eat eggs specifically, but do you eat anything that's like breaded? 9 times out of 10 people use eggs to
I get this like 0-calorie keto bread, which how is there such a thing as keto bread? I don't know. It seems like an unholy abomination, but it tastes all right. So
yeah, but like
yeah, my dad knows somebody that has chickens, so he gets their eggs from there.
He got the hookup.
Yeah, everybody just has to get a hookup. Like, you're crazy if you think Dragon Age Veilguard would have sold well if people had money. I don't buy that gamers' taste just conveniently got better right as the economy was like in the shitter. Like, people didn't have money to buy turkeys last year, and you're telling me that, oh, but they definitely they're smartening up these consumers. These people would have were eating shit like 5 years ago.
Well, I mean, I also think like Baldur's Gate 3 is still casting a pretty large shadow So there's probably a lot of people who are just like, yeah, I don't want to play another big fantasy RPG right now.
It's possible it's both. Well, yeah, I'm not trying to discount that it's not both. I think this money's tight. People don't have a lot of money, like disposable income, and
Mm-hmm.
then they hear all the stuff that's going on with Veilguard, and that
Yeah.
causes them to not buy it. Like it
Yeah.
is both things, yes, but I don't buy that. Oh, the gamer is just they've become so enlightened. Like
Yeah,
no,
they've risen up. They yeah, it's probably more just a combination of a lot of different factors. Regardless, it had it had results. They yeah, BioWare got they had a lot of layoffs. The entire writing team got
are you
laid
saying
off.
Starfield would be hailed as a good game if the economy was better last year? I'd hate to break it to you, but Starfield came out in 2023. Chat. Chat. It was September 2023, sure, but it was
I
over a
know
full calendar year ago.
it's hard to believe. It's hard to believe we've had Starfield for over a year now. you, you would be forgiven not realizing, not thinking that since man, they haven't even had a. I don't think they've even had a patch
Vidia's a pretty
since
cheap
Shattered
Vidia's a
Space.
pretty cheap hobby. Actually, I was talking about this with private sessions that like gaming is the fucking cheapest hobby that I've ever had, and people still bitch about the price of it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
It's
especially if you get like Game Pass now and stuff. It's fucked shit, man.
But yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna do it today because I installed a text to speech on Obsidian. So I guess you
Interesting.
can read the articles. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we're doing a couple articles that I found about the Fallout 3 DLC.
Oh, okay.
So I will link you the article and we can get to work.
Oh, so, people wondering about my Skyrim video. I've been having a shit ton of issues with editing it, and I think I finally figured out what's going on. So remember what I was telling you about, like how like my timeline and everything is just like super fucking laggy.
Yeah.
Um, I think the drive that is installed on is dying. I'm trying to copy stuff off of it right now. Bear in mind, this is an NVMe like PCI 4.0 drive. It's copying at 13 megabytes. So
So
yeah,
that's definitely part of it.
yeah, I think that drive might just be fucked.
Well, you should mention that there were some things that you weren't doing that I figured out during the WoW video that I told you
Yeah,
about.
yeah. And those optimizations did help, but no, it's still like just on like I can't even fucking edit on this drive. So I'm putting it onto a different drive and I'm gonna see how that goes. But
Yeah,
otherwise I've just been like I've
yeah,
been writing and recording because I just haven't been able to edit and I'm just
Rags,
like
we're looking
been
for
trying to figure this out.
Rags, we're looking for the worst time slot to stream in. All right. I already previewed the first thing. It's just glazing. The only interesting part of it is that apparently the Fallout 3 DLCs came out as a Microsoft exclusivity arrangement, but
Yeah, I remember that.
that's the
It
only
was like
interesting thing of this first paragraph.
yeah. They were like a timed thing. I don't remember. Does it say how long it was before it got released on PlayStation?
Maybe we'll find out in the article.
Wait, was it
Well, I
the
played the
wasn't
PlayStation version
Fallout?
was late.
It was like yeah, and wasn't it also like a broken piece of shit?
Yes. That seems to be every open world RPG on PlayStation though. Like I think that PlayStation is legitimately incapable of it because and people don't believe me because so you know the Cyberpunk PlayStation version got pulled, right? Like they had to stop selling it because it was so bad.
Yeah,
I legitimately
yeah.
think it's just like if they hadn't put Cyberpunk on PlayStation, the game would have been more functional because they would have
uh,
had more time. But yeah, let's start with this second paragraph.
all right. So, you want me to read it off?
Yeah.
All right. The first of these, Operation Anchorage, is due for release this month, with two others, the Pit and Broken Steel, to follow in February and March,
Ew.
respectively.
Oh, hang on. So this was in February of 2009? Oh, it was updated February 2009. Hang on. Here's how I figure out when these articles come out. Usually they have a comments section. Oh no. It's web archive, so it doesn't really support comments sections. I seem to recall this was in January. But can you imagine that? So January Anchorage, February the Pit, March Broken Steel.
That is a release cadence. Imagine if Starfield had that.
Imagine if Starfield didn't wait 7 months for fucking Shattered Space.
Man, what is going on? What is going
Well,
on with Starfield?
they had the unionization thing happen. And then I think that legitimately like half the team went to work on the Fallout 76 update, because Fallout 76 got its first like real update after Starfield came out.
Yeah.
So I think that like they took a break from working on Starfield because I mean, you know, they just had like 5 years of constantly working on it, constantly playtesting Starfield day in, day out. Who wants to make a DLC after that? If Starfield released DLC faster, people might have still had lingering goodwill, perhaps, or a better DLC. The tutorial of Cyberpunk makes it impossible to replay. The best part of I don't know if it's in the actual release version, but the version that GOG gave me for the preview had a thing that lets you just skip the tutorial.
Really?
Yeah, so that you can just jump straight to the DLC, and it was a godsend.
All right. Anchorage plops players in a military simulation within the world of Fallout 3 that replicates the Battle of Anchorage scenario from the game's backstory, with players heading a stealthy squad across a wintry Alaskan environment seeking to oust Chinese communist invaders.
I want to
It
play
got
that
new.
DLC. I'm
It's got
leading a
new.
squad. I don't remember that. I don't think
Yeah, you.
one guy is a squad.
Oh, yeah. Because they let you pick, right? Like they ask you,
So
like, oh, do you want
no,
the heavy?
that guy, you just have the one guy for the first half, and then the second half you get like a custom like
Yeah.
squads that you get to summon them after they die again.
See, so you get to
But like this pitch sounds better than what we got. All right, I don't think the rest of this paragraph matters.
No.
All right, they're just saying they're interviewing Jeff Gardner. You play Jeff, and I will play the interviewer.
Okay.
Jeff, can you describe what we're seeing in our sexy new screen? God damn, they're glazing them.
All three of these shots are taken inside the simulation. One is a shot of the approach to a Chinese base. Another is a shot of a player donning a winterized version of combat armor looking out over a lake. The third, and most sexy shot, is a Chinese stealth suit. If worn, it will greatly increase the stealth rating of a PC while crouching. It makes for a quite interesting fight when equipped by enemies as well.
What do you think of the stealth suit enemies?
They're kind of annoying. I don't remember.
Yeah,
I
that's pretty
really
much
don't.
it.
I really don't remember much about that DLC, to be perfectly honest.
It is very forgettable. What do you remember? What comes to your mind immediately about Anchorage?
The like opening where you're walking along like that cliff, and it's just like you have the not Captain Price,
Right.
like leading you through the whole thing. I remember there's like a tank sequence, like you have to kill a tank
With a pistol.
Yeah. There's the Chinese officer or general, whatever.
Yeah,
He has a sword.
you could speech check him to kill himself.
Yeah. I remember there's like health restore kits, kind like something like that.
Mm-hmm. Because there's no like stem packs. There's basically like a whole element of the game that it's really funny. They give you Psycho at one point, but I completely forgot to use it because you don't use your inventory for anything else in the DLC.
I didn't even know you could open your inventory in the DLC. I mean, I guess you'd have to in order
Yeah,
to like switch weapons.
the
and
only
stuff,
reason
but...
is to switch weapons, otherwise, and to use Psycho in the second half.
Yeah. I remember a warehouse with a bunch of stealth Chinese enemies. I remember that really being annoying. Yeah, that's... Oh, there's like the trenches. There's the trenches where I was
big
like getting...
in Call of Duty in the it's like 2003.
Yeah. It sure plays like it's from 2003.
You know, the thing is, you remember Operation Anchorage. There's not really much more to it. You remember how it starts?
Going into the bunker of the outcasts.
Yeah, there you go. You remember the entire DLC then.
And they put you in the what's it called, like the capsule from Fault whatever. I don't even remember what Fault that is.
Similar, but not the same capsule.
Tranquility Lanes thing.
Well, you mentioned the glitch to get the indestructible version of the winterized armor. I mean, isn't that just the DLC?
Yeah, I like that armor. It's pretty
They
nuts.
give you the winterized armor and it doesn't break because I figured out what it is. They give you the wrong version. There's a normal version that they were supposed to give you, and they give you the version that the like NPCs power armor guys wear. So literally the problem is just that they gave you the wrong set of armor.
Why is that a problem? That sounds fantastic.
Because it just delegitimizes an annoying part of the game, which is the repair system. Skyrim DLC versus... We're going to have this debate at some point, okay? This will be an entire stream as the DLC tier list.
Yes, I have to play... I was going to play Morrowind tonight, but then I saw you streaming. I was like, I'll hop on.
Shit, go play Blood Moon now! Operation Anchorage takes place in a simulation. Was that because you wanted to tell the story of Anchorage, or because it gave you the chance to experiment? This is a dumb question. Okay.
A bit of both, but mostly we were always intrigued by the Battle of Anchorage. It's a very compelling bit of Fallout lore, and we figured we could really do it justice.
What is he supposed to answer? Well, yeah, we wanted to explore the 2277 version of Anchorage. We just had to figure out a way to get the player character there. Are we like pretending that there's a lot of lore about the Battle of Anchorage? It's like one statue, isn't it?
I think so. It's like at least in Fallout 3, it's like a statue and a loading screen.
Once you beat Mothership Zeta, the repair system is completely invalidated by all the alien epoxy you get. Yes, but not for armor. But yeah, you should do Zeta first to get the epoxy. Then you won't have money issues or repair issues.
Money issues? In Fallout 3?
Yeah, if you aren't... Oh my god. So, I'm using the Tri-Beam laser rifle in New Vegas, and Gunrunner's Arsenal adds 3 new mods for the Tri-Beam. And it legitimately took me 2.5 hours to get all 3 of those mods.
Really? Because you needed the cache?
No, the cache is the easy part. No, it's the fact that the Gunrunner's Arsenal mods randomly show up in merchant inventories.
Yeah.
You will only have money issues in Fallout 3 if you just, like, refuse to sell stuff. And I don't mean, like, refuse to sell stuff out of principle. I mean, you're just... Like, I have a chest that has all of the items I've ever picked up, and I am too lazy to sell any of it. I can't be fucked, so I stick around like 2,000 caps in Fallout 3. But yeah, I had to look up which merchants sell the mods for the tri-beam laser rifle, and then like I had to do a circuit, and oh my god, the Silver Rush is the fucking worst.
To get to it?
Yeah, because so you can't fast travel straight to it. You have to
Hmm.
pass through Freeside, which means that you get attacked like every 3 days because you're restarting it over and over, and
Yeah.
then they take your weapons away before you go in, so you can't even sell
Uh-huh.
stuff to them.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even think about that.
Playing
I,
Fallout 3 multiple times really isn't that bad.
how long was each playthrough for you on average?
I mean, the first playthrough was fairly comprehensive. It was about 50 hours, and then
Okay.
the other ones are much shorter. They're mostly focused on just like exploring the mechanical aspects of it, but I think the
Hmm.
energy weapons one is probably like 25 hours.
Okay.
And then the melee Fallout 3 one is the shortest. And it's just because there's no reason to do some of the DLC multiple times.
Yeah.
Like you
Like
have
Operation
yeah,
Anchorage.
you have one reason to do Operation Anchorage. You have two, technically three with the mod reasons to do the pit. You have two reasons to do Lookout. You have two reasons to do Broken Steel. You have one reason to do Zeta. So like you only replay stuff for the mechanical aspects of it.
Hmm.
Given the military sim setting, would you say the balance in Anchorage swings more towards gameplay than storytelling, or have you tried to remain consistent with the way the two are interwoven in the main game? Ooh, okay, yes.
There definitely is a story here. The Brotherhood outcasts are trying to acquire advanced military technology, and the only way to open the vault containing these relics is by completing a tactical simulation only the player can enter. The bulk of the gameplay in this DLC is gunplay and stealth, along with some team building exercises. And they're really like they're really talking up that
Yeah, he's doing a good job of selling nothing. Having stripped out resources for Anchorage, how do you tackle the potential for players to feel weak again, having become so empowered in the latter stages of the main game?
Since Operation Anchorage can be entered at any time, we've made sure that the player will feel challenged no matter what their level is in the main game. And since it's a simulation, we've taken liberty to add some traditional game elements to it since it's justified in this context. Health and ammo replenishing stations, for instance.
When I think challenge, I think Operation Anchorage. Yeah, the challenge to feel
That's
motivated to play it.
the challenge to stay awake. The challenge not to reload the hard save that I made before entering the Brotherhood in the Outcast
Yeah.
bunker.
Well, I mean, like, so the only reason that you actually play Operation Anchorage is because you have too high of an honor to just console command into the vault and grab the things. Because the stealth suit and the power armor and the Gauss rifle are like the only fucking reasons to do it. Oh,
Yeah.
the Bowie knife. Forgot the Bowie knife. I don't know. I think the Bowie knife's Lonesome Road. What's the knife from Anchorage? Is that the combat knife?
Oh, maybe? I don't know.
Oh, the trench knife. The trench knife.
Ah.
Yeah, it's such a real melee weapon. It's just a reskinned knife. What is it with Bethesda and just like endlessly reskins of knives?
uh, yeah,
Operation Anchorage gets you power
busy.
armor training. So you don't get power armor without getting power armor training in Fallout 3 anyways. Unless you're counting like Asher's power armor. Asher's power armor might be the only set that you would get without the training. Alright. Can you tell us anything more about the way the strike teams under the player's command work, or elaborate on any of the exotic gadgets mentioned last week?
The player will be able to choose from a limited resource pool what type of team members will accompany him or her on several missions within the simulations. These choices include different troop types like snipers or heavy weapons troops. They'll also be able to make tactical decisions on how to deploy these troops in certain situations. The Chinese stealth suit was what I was hinting at last week. It works similar to Stealth Boy every time you crouch. That's a weird.
Boring. What's the last week thing they're referring to?
I guess they had like a reveal for it.
I guess. You know what pisses me off about this era is that this era of journalism, they will refer to things that have happened already, but they won't
Yeah,
link
link.
what they're talking about.
Yeah,
At the very least, I
yeah,
can say games journalists now will actually link what they were
yeah.
originally talking about, even if it's just in the interest of you clicking on their
The-
coverage of what happened.
yeah,
They at
yeah,
least refer to what the fuck they're talking about.
yeah. It is
At least this
that.
article is short. We're almost done. Did you have a sense of what you do with the DLC during development of Fallout 3, or did you sit down at the end and go, right, what the hell are we doing?
What the hell are we doing is much closer to the mark. We opened up to ideas from the whole development team, and Operation Anchorage is just one of several that rose to the top. Curious what the other suggestions were.
We go to Pittsburgh. Okay, well, that was an article.
That's short and boring, just like Operation Anchorage.
Oh, he was saying something. You know, that would be saying more than Operation Anchorage says. Nice. Oh, I'm not doing strike through anymore. I forgot. I was doing strike through, but then I realized that it would be a pain in the ass later on for me to release my research document.
Ah,
So now I just have a column that says if I've done it or not.
mhm.
Alright, hang on. I will be right back. Chat with chat.
So, chat, are you excited for GTA 6? Our options here are yes, it's going to be amazing. It looks good, but I'm waiting to see more. No, I've been tricked by trailers before. No, Rockstar games aren't for me. Hard to get excited about a game from one trailer. I feel like this is a bit biased. There's three negatives and only two positives. I man, I don't I I have there's just this gut feeling that I have that GTA 6 is it's not going to be good. I think people are going to be a bit disappointed with it. It has to, like, how big the production is, how long it's taken, um how much marketing money and stuff with everything that's going on in the industry right now. I just it's really hard for me to expect GTA 6 is going to come out looking good.
I am interested in GTA Online 2.
Yes. I saw Red Dead Redemption 2, and RDR Online is having a bit of resurgence on Steam.
I think they had a sale.
Okay. Isn't it always on sale, though? And I did
Um,
pick it up recently because I just don't. Because I had it on the Epic Games Store, and
you
I'm
wanted to
slowly
actually
just.
own it.
Yeah. I've slowly been converting the games that I actually like over to Steam. I gotta get Satisfactory when it goes on sale.
You don't have Satisfactory on Steam?
Nah, I have it on because it launched on the Epic Games Store, and I fell for
We
that.
could do a co-op Satisfactory video.
That'd be interesting.
So we just we take that big flat open area and we split it in half, and
Mm-hmm.
we get we get to contrast how each of us like does different tasks.
That's gonna be interesting. I'm a bit chaotic.
Oh, good. That's what I'm looking for. Good, because I'm very regimented. I'm into the bus. I'm into making like dedicated factories for individual components, which is why I haven't finished
Hmm.
Space Age, obviously.
Yeah,
One
yeah.
of these playstyles finishes the game.
Well, I I'm a lot more meticulous with Factorio because it's just very
It's a lot
rewarding
less
to play like that.
it's a lot less forgiving.
Yeah, that too. But Satisfactory, it's just so hard to build things that are like really clean.
Reddit Redemption versus Woke Theft Auto. Looks like we have a anti-woke inquisitor in the chat. I feel like we need to start bullying people who like bring up DEI and woke like out of turn. It's sort of like how SJWs would bring up feminism, and it's like, yeah, I agree with most like feminist stances in Western culture, but that doesn't mean that like I am gonna co-sign this insanity.
Hmm. I just want to go back to the time where
Video
we could
games?
just
Question mark.
communicate, and you know the assumption, the defaults is not that somebody's trying to push some sort of agenda on me or something like that.
Alrighty, did you get the link?
Yes.
Alright, I'll read a bit and then you can take over.
Okay.
So this is about creating downloadable content. This is the same guy as the last article, Jeff Gardner. Now,
Hmm.
he left Bethesda after Fallout 76, right? Wasn't he the guy that started the like offshoot company that closed down?
Yes. Wait. Yeah, he was the one who started the company that
Something
hired
Wicked
Will
Games.
Shen. Yeah, right?
I
Let's
don't have an
see.
article on him, so maybe I can just mark that real quick.
It's interesting that their website's still up.
Imagine trying to find common ground with feminism, Lamau. Yeah, common ground with basic stuff like women should be able to have their own bank accounts and have jobs and a degree of autonomy in our culture. I know, very controversial talking points. Very, very frustrating to find out that Patrician TV is in fact woke.
Yeah, okay, he did found something wicked.
That's what I thought. So, Jeff Gardner founded something wicked games. Open parenthetical, RIP, close parenthetical.
Well, according to their Twitter, they're still operating.
That's the weird thing. So if they, one of my theories was they laid off a portion of their studio,
Yeah,
and then like Will
and
Shen was
retained.
still working there, but then like if Will Shen's gone, like they obviously
Yeah.
didn't keep the leads.
Unless Will Shen left afterwards. It's
Oh,
like,
chat's onto something. I became woke when I started using New Vegas skins. Hang on,
oh.
I've got based Fallout 3 skins. I was feeling the HRT chat.
You gotta switch back to the Dunmer mommy. Oh, there you go.
Much better than the Fallout 4. You see the trench coat doesn't just flare out randomly at the legs.
Oh yeah.
Alright, I've been banging my head on the floor trying to come up with a way to make a producer's job seem glamorous and exciting. Alls I have to show for it is a pounding headache and a nosebleed. My name is Jeff Gardner, and I'm a senior producer here at Bethesda Softworks. I've been on the team since the tail end of Oblivion, and have been the lead producer for all of the downloadable content, starting with Oblivion's Horse Armor and up through Fallout 3's Broken Steel. I want to say, I always judge people by how they define what a producer is in gaming.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, go back to the Dunmer, fucking pay me. Listen, chat, hear me out. He may have started with Horse Armor because that was the first thing they worked on.
Yeah.
Okay, cut him some slack here.
Start with something small.
They've talked about this before. Horse Armor, they got this thing from Microsoft that said that, hey, like, you should make some DLC for your game. And bear in mind, DLC didn't fucking exist at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So who knows what you do? What do you make? How much do you charge for it? All that jazz, right? I feel like Horse Armor gets invoked a lot more than it needs to. Yes, it's lazy. Yes, it's overpriced, but it's not that bad.
Yeah, go look at the Atom Shop in Fallout 76. I feel like there's way more egregious shit in there than Horse Armor.
Yeah, I mean, if he's the lead producer starting with Horse Armor, that means he's also the lead producer on, like, the Wizard Tower and the Shivering Isles and...
Yeah.
They cut him a break here.
And Point Lookout.
You should have said the Pit. Between these projects, I produce the design department. As a former designer myself, I'm able to empathize with the creative difficulties the department often faces, and to lend a hand from time to time on the high concepts of game design. Most days it's like herding cats, but they're wonderful chaps with a broad range of experiences and expertise, and they always manage to keep me guessing. As I look through the past diary entries, I note a lot of hands-on discussions complete with fantastic pictures and descriptions, so I figured I'd take some screenshots of my MS Project files and talk in depth about the subtle balance between time, work, and quality. Talking about Anchorage here. I'm sure that will enthrall and entertain. Or maybe you'll end up with a pounding headache and a nosebleed too. The better question is, why am I catatonic? Hello? Colonel Autumn? Are you okay?
Colonel. It's Colonel, is it?
Why can you fucking quote that scene?
Because it's so fucking dumb. Actually, I fucked up the quote here. It's Colonel, isn't it? Colonel, we haven't been able to get the...
How does he know Colonel Autumn?
They were pen pals when he was... when James was in 101 prison.
Oh yeah, what's the deal with super chat goals? I've been hearing other YouTube streamers talk about them a lot. I'm kind of curious. Oh man, that guy, they're fighting a war now. I've never had like two people donate to get different models at the same time. Also, the software is just completely bricked. So
well, I was gonna ask if you could have both go on at the same time.
I don't think so because of the way that it involves the webcam.
Mm-hmm. It's fine if they're duplicated.
It's not that they're necessarily that they're duplicated. It's more that the program has issues resolving the webcam if it's being used by a different program. I noticed this when I used the two different VTubing softwares at the same time.
Yeah.
Because one feeds into the other. But yeah, it literally can't load. I might actually have ripped off both of those people. Like, it straight up will not boot up.
What the fuck? Did you kill the
Yeah, I killed the like
Killed the
I
process.
went into details and found it and killed it there too.
Hmm. It's probably like still trying to access your webcam or some shit like that.
Oh yeah,
Windows
the
issue.
webcam is still on. So, let me unplug it.
Oh, time for Windows to completely crash.
How do you fuck up something as simple as concept as drivers? I've heard if you delete super chats, they get refunded. I've heard that there are no refunds for super chats.
If there is, I have no idea how to do it.
The last USB device you connected to the computer malfunctioned, and Windows does not recognize it.
Hey, I've been getting that error too lately.
So, who wants to bet the webcam died? Well, listen, I've had it for like 3 years. Like 3 or 4 years now. Alright. Come on, buddy. You can do it. One more day. I don't want my money back. It's fine. Oh, don't worry. I'm more so concerned with the fact that the webcam is broken. Because my $20 webcam... This means that I'm going to have to invest more money into being a VTuber.
Well, fortunately, CJ gave you $19.99, so buy another $20. No, you got to buy one of those, like, what is like the most expensive?
Do a live webcam, no balls. No, chat, you don't understand. We can't do any webcam. Oh, I plugged it into a different USB thing, and the light has turned back on.
This sounds like this is probably a Windows issue.
Yeah.
A Windows driver issue. I love that I've been using USB devices on Windows
Hey, here we
since,
go.
like, XP,
Mm-hmm.
and it's still the same issues, like 20 years later.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
It's funny to me how many people
Truly.
don't know that, like, there's midriff on this model.
Ooh.
She wears shorts, too. I like the awful, like, jacket I made for it, though. Listen. I'm not a modeler, so... Alright, chat. We are back. We're back at it. Instead, what I'll elaborate on here is the process of game creation in relation to our downloadable content. I'll attempt to cast light on that magical, occult alchemy that occurs in a veil of shadow deep in the basement of a North Rockville office building. Perhaps we'll both learn something in the process.
Okay, so he works in the basement. So he
I think they all
doesn't.
work in the basement. I think
Well,
ZeniMax is the one that's upstairs.
well, no. Remember, it's like there's the slave pits, and then there's the
Oh,
the
yeah.
dungeon.
Will you play Avowed? I feel like there's no justice in the world if I play Avowed before Tainted Grail. So I feel like I need to get streaming. You want to take over?
Towards the end of the development of a game, there are three pretty well-known but very loosely defined phases, known as alpha, beta, and finally gold. Prior to that, there are two major phases: pre-production, and then, of course, production itself, which is where the bulk of the game goes from documents on paper or in someone's gray matter to the screen where we can all enjoy them.
What? Wait, what was that word?
Gray matter? Oh, design document?
No, I'm just fucking around. We know Fallout 3 had a design document. Fallout 3 was the game where Immo learned that he hated design documents.
Famously. It's
Famously.
by his own words.
He's famous by his own words.
It was right before we went beta that the decision was made to start thinking about our DLC. Now, before you think we just cut existing content from the game in order to milk our fans, let me explain in more detail how we view these various stages.
I hate these posts because it's explaining like things I know to people that should know them.
Yeah.
which is like, yeah, they start working on the DLC when they're like, QA testing at the end of the project.
Yeah.
I know
Pre-production. Oh,
I know that gamers are used to game developers working up until like the midnight before the game ships, but like this was how games have been made for most of the history of the industry.
oh, my drive is it's actually performing correctly, but
Oh,
it's like it's it's doing like it's going from like 88 megabytes up to like 500 megabytes and then down to like 100. It's not consistent at all.
which is an issue when you're streaming content off of it.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
I have a suspicion you're a libertarian. Why do you say it like you're disgusted with me? I'm a libertarian, except I'm a raging communist when it comes to transit. I believe in state mandatory issued bicycles.
People I had some idea before. So like some scheme to get people to stop driving. What was it? I'll have to get back to you on it. It's pretty cursed.
Congestion pricing. That one's cursed because they're like, oh, people aren't. There's not as many people driving in New York. This is a disaster, and it's like that was the goal of congestion pricing, was to reduce the number of people driving in New York City.
Yeah. Okay. Where was I?
The production phase? No, pre-production is a smaller team.
Pre-production is a smaller team of core leads working out the high-level theory from game rendering to character modeling to systems design. It's here where the story is born and concepts are drawn out. On Fallout 3, this phase began while we were still working on Oblivion.
All right, pause. That's actually useful information.
Yeah. I'm curious at what stage of Oblivion's development did they decide to start working on Fallout 3?
As I understand, it was in 2004, so probably like towards the end of the project.
Hmm.
All right, let's continue.
For Operation Anchorage and the other DLC, this phase was relatively short as most of the game systems, and obviously our core technology wouldn't be changing. The production phase is where the rubber meets the road, to use a trite cliche.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! A designer saying that something's trite and cliched?
It's a time of iteration where we put things up on screen and see what works. It's not unusual to be working on the technology, the tools, and the game itself concurrently, which leads to a lot of fits and starts, rushing and waiting.
That's pretty normal.
Mm-hmm. When a game goes alpha, we like to make sure that all existing game systems and art design assets are in the game in some capacity. They might be rough or downright placeholder, but they're all there. Then we can begin polishing, stress testing, and balancing. It is, to many developers' chagrin, a time to assess what needs to be cut, but also what needs to be added, to many a publisher's chagrin. On Fallout 3, we ended up adding a lot of art. We also cut about 40% of the downtown DC landmass. That's another tale. No, please. Talk about that.
What about the 30% of the audio?
We don't talk about that.
Well, I'm trying to think, like, what do you mean you added a lot of art? I feel like Fallout 3 is kind of stretched on art. Can you imagine if they hadn't done that?
Yeah. Yeah, because there's a lot of, like, the interiors get very repetitive. It's like they had... How many tile sets does that game even have? Like 4?
So Vault Rusted, Cave, Interior Office, Interior Factory, like Metal Bunker,
Shacks.
Interior shack. Or do we count that as a tile set? Sewer. Sewer?
Oh, yeah, sewer.
Metro?
Mm-hmm.
I'm at 8 right now.
They
Speaking of
have.
counting, today I was watching Kill Bill with somebody and we were counting the number of feet shots.
Who did that movie?
Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah, is that?
Pretty enjoyable movie. We didn't
Yeah,
watch
that's
it with
been.
subtitles, and part of it's just like straight up in Japanese. So
Oh.
you have to infer what the scene is about through other means, and it's pretty well done to allow you to do that.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's one of those movies I've been told I need to
How
watch.
many were there? We think there were 15, and we only watched the first part. No, there's like a really famous like foot scene. It's listen, it's story relevant, but at the same time, you know, he wrote her to have non-functioning legs and to gain her leg function back by trying to wiggle her toes and then focusing and zooming and close shot
Oh.
and reverse shot, and we saw every angle of this woman's feet. Do you think the audio bitrate thing is a requirement for Dolby? Listen, everything you ask where it has to be this way question mark is answered with, but it's not that way in Fallout New Vegas. So,
Mm-hmm.
all right. I'll take over from here. Oh,
Okay.
wait, hang on. We got to talk about this 40% downtown DC landmass. Which part of DC do you think is in that 40%?
Probably like around the White House.
Oh, you think it's in like the kind of interiors of what already exists?
Yeah, I think so. Because it does feel a little disjointed.
Well,
I think
they said
some of the metros.
landmass.
Oh,
So,
landmass.
yeah, so I assume that means that they're so like going east of Rivet City, for example.
Yeah. I don't. It's like can't be really much. Maybe it is south. Maybe it would be south, like
So
Arlington
there
stuff.
well, kind of. I mean,
Maybe they're gonna do a little bit
Arlington
more.
is there.
It is, yeah. But I'm just saying, like south of that, it kind of just.
I feel like that's just suburbs. Like that didn't really feel like a significant part of the city. I'm pretty sure he means like more of the eastern part of the city. Or just like
Mm-hmm.
more city in general. But I feel like landmass specifically refers to the continental mass.
I
We know which world spaces got cut. They were all neighborhoods and districts. That gets into a weird conversation of the pocket dimension nature of Fallout 3 because it is largely contiguous with the map space.
yeah.
Only stuff like the Arlington graveyard is bigger than the area that it's supposed to be in.
Mm-hmm.
What's your stance on
I
immigration? My stance on immigration is that this is a live stream about Fallout 3's DLC.
yeah. I just had an idea because we were talking. I'm trying to think of like the geography of DC, and I realized like they did Pittsburgh, but they didn't like. Why would they not do Baltimore? Why Pittsburgh over Baltimore?
Because Baltimore sucks.
It, so
And Pittsburgh's way better than Baltimore. Um, I mean, yeah, the story could work. Like, the story and premise of what they're doing would probably have worked better in Baltimore.
I
Except for the, like, whole steel mill thing.
yeah.
I feel like that was supposed to play a much bigger role.
I mean, Baltimore used to be like a big. It still is like a big shipping port and stuff. So
Yeah, but then they'd have to, like, rework the plot. Like, Asher's whole deal is that he's, like, reclaimed this old technology, but instead of it being weaponry, it's, like, you know, economic in nature. So I feel like you
I
need a city that's, like, famous for industrial capacity.
I guess yeah. I don't know. Pittsburgh just, man, that's
It is a weird cut. It's so far away.
yeah. It's like I think it's like a 4 or 5 hour drive.
I mean, I guess it
from
says
DC.
something that, like, Asher's Raider Empire is so large.
It's so large, it could rival fucking Caesar's.
A real man would profess his convictions regardless of circumstance. So true. But you probably missed the part where I'm, like, being portrayed by an anime girl. Then the beta phase. The beta phase means kiss your loved ones goodbye and watch the gray hairs come in. It's like being locked in a box while a behemoth dances on your face. It is a very intense and harrowing time where every decision you make, even down to fixing the most innocuous bug, means you can miss your ship date when the game is finally released. The beta phase then gives way to gold, gold being the last phase in which we ship the final code and assets off to duplication. Our beta phase is often staggered. We start locking down various aspects of the game and finally go true beta when we're only fixing major show-stopping bugs. This is all things we know. Now, back to the downloadable content. As Fallout 3 was near... Listen, you want my opinion on immigration? Fine. I think every fucking Dunmer in the streets of Windhelm needs to go. As a true Altmer immigrant to the city of Windhelm, I think Ulfric Stormcloak has the right ideas, kicking all those goddamn grayskins out of the city. In Skyrim.
Of course.
Now, back to the downloadable content. Listen, but okay, if we deport the Argonians, who's gonna work the docks? Now, back to the downloadable content. As Fallout 3 was nearing true beta, most of the content developers, our artists and designers, were playing the game around the clock. Oh no, it's another Starfield situation. I always wonder this about them when they have a particularly, like, bad mechanical experience that they have to beta test. Just what is it like for your job to be 40 hours a week playing Fallout 3 and writing reports about what you played? Rip to my $5. Well, hang on, I can pull it up. Can you have the Eat Baby mod on as a joke for the people who happen to be looking at... Oh, no. No spoilers, but yes. Is the Dunmer wearing pants or no? I think they're tights. Do you think you could play Fallout 3 for 40 hours a week?
No.
Abation Coast is on the playlist, but I'm thinking I'm going to, like, kind of do a big sweep of it. It's good that they have another big update out, because now I don't really have anybody I'm kind of waiting on. It's probably going to be a while before any more, like, big Morrowind mod project updates come out, so I could probably do, like, I want to do Home of the Nords, and then we can do Abation Coast and all, like, the Tamriel rebuild stuff. What about Starfield?
What about Starfield?
2 years, 40 hours a week. Playing Starfield.
Definitely not. That's when I go and fulfill my undying wish to become a truck driver. Or a heavy equipment operator. Those guys apparently make some decent money.
Heavy equipment operators, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Does Skywind or TES 6 come out first? Ooh. I feel like Skywind. Because the meme has been that TES 6 is going to come out in like 5 years.
Yeah.
Now back to the downloadable content. As Fallout 3 was nearing true beta, most of the content developers, our artists and designers, were playing the game around the clock. That process comes to an end once we start locking down the content for beta, so this is the time we transition the team onto our additional content, now and forevermore entitled DLC. Well, he was right about that. We used to call these expansions.
Yeah. Now, man, I'm trying to. What was the last good expansion that I played? It had to be
Space Age.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was gonna say Phantom Liberty, but Space Age. So I'm noticing a correlation between developers who make like actual good large DLCs and you know, success and quality.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
To kick the DLC off, we had a large team meeting in our theater where developers came with ideas, slides, and stories. We heard from everyone. Ideas included costumes, weapons, sweeping gameplay changes, new settings, alien worlds, even a crazy clown carnival. Sorry, I wasn't pausing on the crazy clown carnival thing. I was pausing after reading the alien worlds thing.
Yeah. Mothership Zeta?
Not just Mothership Zeta, but actually going to another planet.
Yeah. You get abducted and then you go to an alien planet.
It would be funny if the pitch for Zeta was that like you would end up on an alien planet and not it wasn't supposed to be just the ship.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Crazy Clown Carnival. Fallout 76?
They were crazy clowns at a carnival for making that game. What we ended up with were two great quests that were, in some ways, amalgams many of the ideas pitched in the meeting. Those being Operation Anchorage, which was an attempt at a more traditional shooter experience, and The Pit, which is Fallout at its best with a new settlement, faction, and morally ambiguous questline. Okay. Glad someone is saying that that is what Operation Anchorage was intended to be.
Wait. He was saying Operation Anchorage was supposed to be
A traditional shooter experience.
I figured the morally ambiguous quest line. That's The Pit. All right, I got it.
So is he admitting that Fallout 3 is not Fallout at its best because Fallout 3 doesn't have any morally ambiguous quest lines?
Now, come on, that's being disingenuous. There's Tenpenny Tower and
I feel like the difference between DLC and an expansion comes down to the like scope of the content that's in it. So like obviously DLC was referring to downloadable content, so anything you download could be considered DLC, right? But now everybody gets their games downloaded anyways, so who cares necessarily about the label? But for me, which one I use depends on the scope and quality.
Yeah.
The creation of Fallout 3 DLC is about taking a critical look at the game we just made and deciding where to experiment, what to add. What would we, as fans of the game, like to try, like to experience? All of us at this point have played Fallout 3 for hundreds of hours.
Oh, God.
You begin...
No wonder they unionized.
I'm telling you, man, like... the sheer number of hours they expect these guys to play these games that are not very good.
Not very good at launch. I can't even imagine. Like, just imagine like the bugginess. Like how many times the build will crash on you.
Yeah.
It's just like, hey, did you test that thing yet? No. I'm still trying to work out why my game just keeps crashing every time I open this door.
I know what it feels like to be in the middle of a project that you know isn't really turning out as well as you hoped at the beginning, but still having to endure it for a long time. I'm very familiar with that feeling. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the WoW video, pretty obviously. I still haven't done the post-mortem on it, but there was a long time while developing the WoW video that I just wasn't happy with it. It's not what I envisioned it would be. I don't think this is a secret, but I don't know if I've talked a lot about it. I was pretty much over the WoW project at like part 3 in terms of like editing it. I had it all written. Well, most of it. I had most of it written. It was like just executing what I had written that didn't really work out. And
Yeah,
that's not
that
to say it's bad. It's just not what it's supposed to be.
yeah, it turns out the footage is
It's a big issue.
making yeah. You were using all sorts of tricks and stuff to make it easier, and it was still just goddamn.
Yeah, that is the thing, is whenever you're like critical of your own content, there's always somebody that like wants to comfort you and say, well, I thought it was good or I liked it. And it's like, yeah, but you'd still have to be like self-critical.
Yeah.
You still have to
Yeah,
say like, that video is all right.
because otherwise I'll just stagnate and
What
keep
I
making same mistakes and stuff.
what I think about it is that I think it's a good foundation for somebody else to take that idea and do something great with it. Because like all the research is there. All that
Yeah.
information is there, the structure's there. All you got to do is take a lot of that stuff and work it into your own thing. It'll be a big project, a big undertaking in its own right, but
I'm going to do all of World of Warcraft. Every expansion.
I'm
Jesus
people
Christ.
have tried it, yeah.
I think I would rather go climb Mount Everest than do that.
You begin to identify missed opportunity. Now, I'll say stories that need to be told, weapon lists that need filling out, creatures that need ally. Here's what I don't get. You recognize the energy weapons sucked in Fallout 3, so what's Starfield's excuse? ESO video before or after TES 6 video? Okay.
Oh god.
ESO is stagnating. It's stagnating sooner than I thought it was going to. I assumed that we were going to be stuck with ESO at least until Elder Scrolls 6 came out. Now, I'm not coming up here with the prediction that ESO is dying. I don't think it's dying. But I do think that given the scope of the amount of content, if I am to ever do an ESO video, I have to start recording it. I have to think about when you would start recording it so that you have all of that done in case they decide to shutter the game.
Anthem's still running.
Yeah, we can do a goal for private sessions climbing Mount Everest. Goal, 50 super chat. Tier, red and higher. Set a timer, 3 hours. Share how you celebrate. Private sessions will climb Mount Everest using this money. And
absolutely not.
And of course, he gets 50% of the gross, which is already 70% of what you donate.
Oh boy. I get like $15. That's well. Actually, the best part is you won't have to pay it out because I will most certainly die.
Well, we'll spend it on like buying you the gear.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna climb Mount Everest with
like $100 in gear.
Yeah. So
listen,
Anthem
you see that mountain
is still operating apparently.
Really? I thought it went down.
It says Anthem is an online multiplayer action role-playing game, so I'm assuming it's still operating.
Well, is this the AI summary?
No, this is Wikipedia.
Oh, they didn't update is to a was?
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't say that it got shut down yet.
New LARP episode soon. I'm just saying, Never Knows Best could come on LARP.
Yeah?
All of our DLCs are unique in that regard and reflect the amazing talent we have working here. However, like a birthing process is, the creative one is not without its fair share of pain, blood, and stinking afterbirth.
Ugh.
And then immediately following that up with Operation Anchorage. Stinking afterbirth. Operation Anchorage. I mean, that's a way to put that's some terms to put it into. Damn.
Yeah.
And they were still selling the DLC too. No wonder he left after Fallout 76 if that's what he thinks of Chat. Chat, where did you go?
Oh.
Let's see. Yeah, it looks like the so I don't use the back end chat. I use the front end chat now because the back end chat has been broken.
So, Wastelanders or Operation Anchorage?
In what regard?
You know, which would you rather play?
Operation Anchorage is shorter. Wastelanders is a better game.
You know, at least Wastelanders, you can do the Raider side.
Are you saying there should have been a Chinese side to
Oh shit, that would have been awesome.
Operation Anchorage? It would have been awesome if there was anything more to Anchorage than. All right, chat. There you are. Welcome back, chat. How would you describe this DLC? It's like a sort of stinky afterbirth. Operation Anchorage was changed mid-course in development, was under a brutally tight schedule after a brutal crunch, all while we're still working out our new team dynamics and production schedule. Okay, that's going in the video. I mean, does that not explain Operation Anchorage? What's funny is, like, being one of those Bethesda shill guys that are like, well, now that you know the context of Operation Anchorage, don't you feel bad for shitting on it? And it's like, no, it's a garbage DLC and they charge $10 for it.
Maybe somebody should have taken a step back and been like, should we even release this?
Yeah, sometimes you have to self-evaluate what you're releasing and think about your brand.
Mm-hmm.
Operation Anchorage, if they hadn't had the change mid-course in development, would it have just been longer?
Yeah, that's what, man, so many questions.
Because I feel like the mechanical core of Operation Anchorage is set. The weird, like, first-person shooter experiment.
Yeah.
All right.
They cut the Chinese campaign.
Can you imagine? Oh, sorry. Whoops. We cut what the DLC was about. Because, like, there's this backstory with the DLC. Like, the U.S. general that shows up, like, commissioned the simulation. And then that's, like, basically the extent of it. There's no real, like, meta commentary on, like, hey, this is about making video games, guys. Anyways, you want to take over reading?
All right. Operation Anchorage was originally supposed to be sort of an RTS. What?
Oh. All right.
Well, we should have just, rather than guessing, we should have just read the next sentence. A real-time strategy simulation using the Fallout 3 assets. While it does have customizable strike teams and a branching mission structure,
a very liberal usage of the term there.
It's just not an RTS, clearly. So, not everything always goes according to plan. In fact, it rarely does. But we kept the overall story of the content intact, and we're able to introduce some unique gameplay and lots of ridiculously powerful weaponry for
Stop.
players to experiment
Stop. The,
with.
the sniper rifle was already in the game, and it's the most powerful weapon in that DLC.
All of this, and we're able to get it into the hands of fans at a very rapid pace.
I don't think it
So
would
this
have been
is
like literally an RTS. I think he means specifically like because first person shooters were getting into that like squad management gimmick.
yeah,
You got
yeah.
your Medal of Honor reboot type shit.
Press the button to tell your ally where to go stand.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Which Fallout New Vegas. They did do that in Fallout
Yeah.
3. You can remotely order followers to go like stand places, which makes more sense in a game with guns.
Yeah.
Like the fuck do I care that I can make Lydia go stand in the corner? Like it's funny, I guess.
So what I've been doing on the one of the Skyrim playthroughs that I've been doing lately is telling one of my followers to pick locks
Yeah.
because my character is like too morally good. He was opposed to picking locks. So
Right.
I had a creation club, uh, a paid mod, Katya, and she was my go-to lock picker until she just decided one day to not anymore. And I guess she went on strike. I don't know, but yeah, no, event like for some reason all my companions refuse to lockpick now.
All of them? Like can you find
Yeah,
like even the ones that are like uh the Thieves Guild lady, the one that hates the Thieves Guild, she'll do it.
yeah. I don't.
Even those
The,
guys?
all the ones that I tried are they're not not working. I think it's bugged somehow.
Paid modding. You're getting quality.
Mm-hmm.
The criminals have unionized. Pick your own damn locks.
We didn't even know which DLC we were going to release first. Both were in development concurrently. We made a last minute decision based on which one we felt we could finish in the given time and which one would benefit from the additional time given. Settlements, settlements and complicated layered quests with several paths and outcomes require more iterations, more details, and a lot more testing. The Pit is the result of that focus and care, and will explore another new setting from the revered Fallout 3 canon, Pittsburgh itself. Fallout 3 canon?
The
What? They,
revered Fallout 3 canon.
what? Okay, there's a lot wrong with that statement there, but I just want to know, when was Pittsburgh discussed in vanilla Fallout 3?
I want to say that Elder Lions has a line about it.
Ah, so that's all it takes is one line for it to become revered
Revered.
Fallout 3 canon.
The words revered Fallout 3 canon are brave.
Some would say they're a contradiction of terms.
I like how he went
Ne-
from like being brutally honest to dissecting a DLC that had come out like a month prior to this to
yeah.
glazing the fuck out of the pit.
Listen. Operation Anchorage came out. It wasn't all that successful, wasn't all that popular, but listen, the Pit. We heard you guys. We've really been working
All
on
right,
this
hang on.
one.
I have opened Lazy Voice Finder and I will search for every reference to the pit. Okay? Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, okay, so there's a guy called Kodiak that has a dialogue about it. Oh, sounds of spitting. Underworld Quinn. Oh, here and there and everywhere. I've explored all and up and down the coast, from the Commonwealth to the Pit, all the way down to Crater Banks. Okay? That
What is
line
Crater
that line
Banks?
is shows up twice. Listen, it could have been another DLC position. And then this guy is an outcast. Oh, he used to be as tough as the rest of us. Wasn't so long ago. We fought side by side to scourge the Pit. So yeah, revered Fallout 3 canon.
It's in a terminal in.
Yeah, that doesn't search the terminal entries in the Citadel. Yeah, again, the contrast of like admitting that Operation Anchorage was stinky afterbirth to saying the words revered Fallout 3 canon.
Ah.
All right, going on.
Now to Broken Steel, which continues the main story and increases the level cap. We had no intention of doing
No
this or
shit.
continuing the story at all. The idea for Broken Steel was not finalized or even talked about in the big team meeting I had mentioned earlier. It came about 2 months after the game was on the shelves, right before Christmas.
Wow. Okay, hold on. Hold on.
It took them 2 months to
Decide. I feel like I've always felt this way, that Broken Steel is a response to reviews.
Yeah. He literally said it.
All right, hang on. I gotta go again. I must have a prostate issue. I gotta piss all the time.
What has been the best contribution to the Fallout canon, courtesy of Fallout 3? Is it Liberty Prime? Is it fuck, man? So chat, how's your prostate? Yeah, are you guys getting your weekly prostate exams, or am I the only one? My doctor told me that I'm supposed to get it done every week. It seems a bit excessive, but who am I to question? I really like that one girl. She was in Fallout 3. Uh, Sydney. That's her name. That was my Fallout 3 waifu. Not really. She gives you that SMG though, which is pretty decent. What has been the most profound, the best thing that Fallout 3 has contributed to Fallout canon? Mm-hmm. Oh.
Sorry, chat. I was talking about experiment vaults. So I think that the biggest contribution is the experiment vault, and that could be a good or a bad thing. In Fallout 2, which is where the idea comes from, President Eden kind of reveals that like all of the vaults that you've explored up until now were uh, actually secretly experiments all along. That's supposed to be like a big reveal, and it's very like basic, very um, stupid stuff. Like, what if we don't close the vault door? What if we have a vault full of men? You know, that kind of stuff. And there was this idea that they were supposed to be building up to, where the Enclave was like doing experiments in the vaults in order to prepare to travel to space, which it was in the Fallout Bible. And yeah, President, sorry, I forgot Dick Richardson's name. Anyways, so there was this idea in the Fallout Bible that I think they wanted to like elaborate on in Fallout Van Buren, which was that the Enclave was using the vault experiments to prepare to like colonize space. It's very dumb because obviously they don't have the resources to go colonize space after the nuclear war upon which the vault experiments hinge upon. That's why the whole vault experiment thing I think is fucking stupid, because who is benefiting from the knowledge of the experiments?
The Institute.
Yeah, they wish it. No, it's the Enclave. The Enclave's like keyed into the intervault internet that they have.
Listen, the Enclave,
fails.
they have their secret headquarters in the core of the Earth, where they have all of their
So why do they need
Dwemer
this spaceship?
steam-powered spaceships.
Who from Vault Tech
that they
even
bought.
survived? There was like Vault City. I mean, that was a thing. Like, but no, it seemed like a silly revelation to me to tie together all of the vaults when in Fallout 1, there's no allusion to there being any experiment in any of the vaults beyond like what you can interpret from knowing what the future plot point is. Where it's just like, yeah, you go to this place and the vault door is already open, so you assume that like something must have happened there that led to the vault door being open. The Enclave really wants the Vault Dwellers to be deranged experiments they have no use for. For sure they want that. That's what President Richardson says. They had to have the all-male vault to know what was... he alludes to that they were experiments. And then, like, in the Fallout Bible, they were going to be building a spaceship and colonizing space with what they learned.
Well,
it is stupid. And it's before Bethesda even came up with the bad idea.
Listen. They just wanted to. Sometimes part of doing science is sometimes you do stuff just to rule it out, right?
Yeah.
So it's like surely an all male society will fail, but how will it fail? So maybe there's things we can learn from this, and if nothing else, it will be very entertaining because we are the Enclave, Vault Tech,
So,
whatever.
My point with that
evil.
is that, because chat missed it, my point with that was that Bethesda latched on to the Experiment Vault thing because that was supposedly what they were building up to originally, and they wanted to pay that off. And of course, the contribution to the series is the Vault experiments. Now, you have to take those all individually, including the ones in New Vegas, by the way, because New Vegas does the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
New Vegas followed the same bad trend of making everything an experiment vault.
What was the experiment in Vault? What was the one that we were breaking into in Wastelanders?
76? No. 96?
96? Yeah, something like that. Oh, you're right.
It's the periodic element of
yeah.
gold.
So what's the experiment there?
It's not an experiment. They're just keeping all the gold. Sometimes it's an experiment, and sometimes it's like just for the Enclave purposes. Like by Fallout 76, Bethesda had definitely cemented the like Enclave backstory. That, like, you know, because they realized with Skyrim that the Thalmor were a really useful faction narratively to have around, because you could just say any evil shit that was going on in the pre-war was the Enclave.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck
Okay.
could the experiment be for the vault that had a bunch of people and a live panther locked in? Well, you know, what happened? Like, President Dick Richardson wanted to keep his pet panther.
Now, it's a very good answer. But I'm going to raise you up one and just say Liberty Prime.
Liberty Prime is the best contribution to Fallout lore.
Yes.
The thing that pisses me off about a Democrat mecha is that he should have been a gimmick, right? He like gets to the first gate, he's able to destroy it, and then they just like kill Liberty Prime there. That should be the joke. That they worked on this thing for 20 years and it kind of works, but it was obviously like it's just one of those fucking Department of Defense projects where yeah, they did something, but it's shit. You know, like it really wasn't all that good. There's a reason it's in the Pentagon basement and not in fucking China. We are switching to Blood Mist Isle.
Ooh.
These zones are very cool, by the way. Azure Isle and Blood Mist Isle are some of my favorite zones in World of Warcraft.
Is that
It's from the Burning Crusade.
Yeah. Is that the I'm guessing it's the Blood Elf?
No, it's the Draenei starting zone. There are Blood Elves there, though.
Oh, okay.
No, so the Draenei crash land in, like, northwest Kalimdor. There's these islands off the coast of, like, Teldrassil. And they crash land on their spaceship, which, well, hear me out. They crash land on their spaceship on these islands, and the Blood Elves show up investigating them because Kael'thas was in Outland where they were and was like looking for a cure to heroin addiction. Okay. And so they're kind of like antagonists for the Draenei. And then like the Alliance happens upon them and they kind of work with the Alliance, and that's how they end up joining the Alliance. And then the Blood Elves basically get locked into joining the Horde. One, because they knew Sylvanas, so it was kind of a nepotism thing, and two, they had bad experiences with the Blood Elves on Blood Mist Isle, even though it was a different group of Blood Elves. They were still like representatives of Prince Kael'thas, so kind of a bad look optically. But yeah, doesn't this sound like there's an actual like story to the zone and not just like a spattering of random shit that you go do?
Yeah, no, pretty cool.
What I like about it is that it still has the vibe of the classic zones of you go do a bunch of random shit, but there is at least a background plot where the story is moving forward.
Well, man, you're really throwing shade on the Defias and the whole.
No, the one time it happens.
Westfall, man. Like Westfall's, what a banger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you really liked the killing 30 bandits quest, didn't you? All right, we are. Broken Steel has presented.
Okay. Broken Steel has presented several of its own unique challenges. The first one that gave me pause was the need to reprise the roles of so many voice actors. We're actually wrapping that up now under the watchful and masterful eye of Mark Lampert.
Answer the audio compression question.
What?
Oh, I'm talking to him. If they're bringing all the voice actors back, why are they not compressing their audio?
The next thing that was a concern was fiddling with so much of our existing content. One of the scariest things about making DLC that drops right into an existing game is the potential to create new bugs. I've worked on 13 of these things now, and something always goes wrong with it in the 11th hour. It's very rarely easy to fix or benign, so keeping a cautious and watchful eye on Broken Steel, so far so good.
I think he's talking about DLC and not bugs. Like, he's fixed more than 13 bugs, but...
Yeah.
That sounds about the number of, like, Oblivion DLCs plus a few.
Mm-hmm.
For Fallout 3.
The last hurdle for Broken Steel was actually raising the level cap. The conundrum was not only how to continue the quest where the player dies, but how to
Hey,
make the game
hey,
challenging.
spoilers.
Yeah, when was this? This is like 2 months
This
after
was
launch?
no, this was March, so it's like 6 months after launch.
Oh, okay.
5 or 6 months.
I mean, how could you not? How could you not hear about that?
It was a big
Right?
controversy at the time.
Yeah. They had to that's why Broken Steel was made.
If Zarek
By
is
his
still
own admission.
If Zarek is still in the chat, can you please tell me how many hours it would take to comprehensively play ESO? Thank you.
The conundrum was not only how to continue the quest where the player dies, but how to make the game challenging for the player who has maxed out 6 of their skills and has Tesla armor and a Gatling
Only
laser.
6?
Yeah, right? Maybe
I
they're
was-
playing as
I
like
was-
a 1-int.
I was doing an experiment, and I think that to hit level 20, you can max out most of your skills with like an int of like 5 or 6. Which I think is reasonable. If you don't know the meta of how to play Fallout 3, I feel like 5 or 6 int is like a reasonable amount.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I usually go like 9 or 10.
Well, yeah, 9 int is the, well, no, 8 int is the meta, because you are going to need to take intensive training as one of your early game perks anyways, because there's not a lot of early like good perks before like level 6.
Yeah.
So you'll have to take intensive training anyway. So at level 2, you just take intensive training intelligence, and then you go to Rivet City and get the bobblehead, and you can start out at 10 intelligence.
Yeah. I always forget I always forget to account for bobbleheads in Bethesda Fallout games.
Well, you have the implants in New Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
More of a mechanical consideration, you know?
Al Nanas and Brian Chapin have done wonders with the story, while Jeff Brown and Bruce Nesmith have stepped up and created a game that will definitely challenge even the most veteran Fallout 3 players. Oh, okay, there's some credits there.
Yeah, but also throwing them under the bus. I mean, challenge even the most veteran Fallout 3 players is throw a super mutant into the game with 1,000 health.
The Reavers.
What a great addition. That's what I don't get, is like, why don't they just, what do they care that somebody has like the Gatling laser and goes into Broken Steel? Who gives a shit?
They're gonna be bored,
no,
and then they're going to complain.
The super mutant, the top tier super mutant has like 1,000 health. The normal super mutants have like 200.
Weren't people complaining about like enemies being bullet spongy in the game to begin with?
I feel like, honestly, okay, Fallout 3 is bullet spongy if you're really bad at it. So like when I first played the Fallout games, I was really bad at like actually playing them. I would just use weapons that weren't very good because I liked the weapon more, like the 9mm pistol in Fallout New Vegas, for example, and then it'd be like, man, this feels really bad to play. Like, all of the enemies are really bullet spongy. But, like, if you actually build into your character, it feels fine until you get to the arbitrary DLC, like, high health enemies.
Yeah. Well, there's a certain point in the game. I say if you rush to get to the DC ruins, the super mutants can feel kind of spongy, but that does start to wear off. Like by the time you're level 15ish, as long as your gear, like you have like decent gear,
I would say like level 7 if you're actually building into your character.
Really?
Yeah, it's not that bad.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you are limited to like the best weapons in your weapon class category.
Yeah.
Like you can't use the hunting rifle is a crutch. It's not supposed to be an actual gun that you use.
Yeah, the problem that I always ran into was range. in when I'd get to the DC ruins, because I'd still have like a lot of close quarter weapons,
Yeah.
and it's like the super mutants have range.
No, I feel like none of the base Fallout 3 enemies are really that spongy. It's not as bad as Oblivion. Broken Steel is what
No,
adds the
no,
sponginess.
no, nothing like Oblivion. And that leads us back to production. With Operation Anchorage on the store shelves of cyberspace, I'm left with wrapping up the Pit and Broken Steel. That entails daily meetings, creative strife, getting the content translated into French, Italian, German, and Spanish. Plus, there's the scheduling strife, budgeting, ratings board submissions for various organizations and governments, working on a strategy guide and managing personality conflicts, and surprisingly, none of this gives me a headache or a nosebleed. I
You,
wouldn't trade it for the world.
you know what he didn't explain? What a producer does.
Does all those things.
I thought he was supposed to set up what the producer does as like part of the deal of this article.
But it's there in the last paragraph. Daily meetings.
Oh, that was the explanation?
Yeah. That's,
Oh,
that's what
okay.
he does. He's the lube that
I mean,
makes...
that is what a producer is. Nosebleed mentioned again. That's how this all ties together. You have to bring up the stinky afterbirth in the final paragraph because you're tying together the whole deal.
Oh man, this is a page that brings me back. Just look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this beautiful. Somebody never got over blades getting replaced in the Xbox 360 dashboard.
Chat, you don't need to read it. All right. Fallout 3, the Pitt developer interview. Let me look at this. Okay, so I can read the questions and you can read the answers.
Okay.
The Xbox Community Network recently caught up with Jeff Gardner, lead producer, to ask him all about the upcoming The Pit expansion for Fallout 3. What was Pete Hines too busy? That's what I want to know is Bethesda has a marketing department, so why was their guy for marketing the Fallout 3 DLC Jeff Gardner?
Yeah, what the fuck? I mean, I guess, he would be knowledgeable about it. I guess that's why they had Jeff doing it. Maybe Pete Hines was on sabbatical.
All right. Sticky Afterbirth interview. Or sorry, article. I had to make sure that was written down. I don't know if it'll be in the video, but do any of the VTuber models have pits? I mean, they all technically have armpits. That is a good point. I was gonna switch. I can do a
is that one of your
I could do a
is that
skirt.
one of your fetishes? Because if it's one of your fetishes, you gotta pay up.
Yeah, you want the women, you gotta pay up.
Alright, so that's... Alright, let's copy 5... God damn.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm just copying over files. My Skyrim thing is now like almost 3 terabytes. It's a big project.
It's been going for several years. I assume you still have all the footage from when you first played it.
Yeah.
Have you heard of Dread Delusion? I've heard it's like Morrowind, but I've yet to check it out. It's like... People fall into this trap all the time. Dread Delusion is like Morrowind in like the world design and the way the game looks. It's not like Morrowind.
Yeah,
because when people look for like Morrowind, they mean like the experience.
I remember watching... I think I was watching Zarek playing it, and he was describing it as more like King's Quest than Morrowind.
Yeah.
In terms of gameplay.
I just don't want people to be like to check out this game and then get disappointed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Dunmer guy.
You have a Dunmer Twink?
Not a Dunmer Twink. I have 2 Dunmer models, technically. I'll bring this one out of vintage. Yeah, chat, it's big titty Dunmer girl.
Oh yeah.
In case anybody has ever asked why it's big titty Dunmer girl, it was ridiculous. This was the first version. And it was absolutely just unnecessary. I had to nerf her breasts. She got a mastectomy. She had back troubles, guys. All right, well, I'm facing the screen technically, so we can stay in this position. Let's talk about the story behind the pit as a place. Apparently, Pittsburgh was never hit by an atomic bomb.
Guys. Listen, for every $10 dono, Pat will bounce up and down in his chair. Okay. Pittsburgh was never hit directly by an A-bomb. However, it's still been ravaged by the fallout of the war. Buildings crumble on their foundations, held up by rickety iron catwalks. The rivers swell with the radiation runoff of the surrounding lands. Pittsburgh itself is so highly irradiated from this that its inhabitants slowly devolve over time into mindless, pack-hunting trogs, barely held at bay by the few remaining inhabitants, ramshackle barriers, and bright floodlights. I'm sorry. It's hard for me to read and like come across a typo. Instant like editor me is like, you have to correct that.
Yeah.
So it always trips me up.
Why is Pittsburgh the only one having the trog problem, though? It sounds like this would be a problem in pretty much every major city. Even minor towns should have this like radiation runoff problem.
It has something the rust from the Rust Belt capital.
Oh, okay. And you can just be immune to it? Like, you can be a Lord corn?
Fallout 76.
Listen, it's a home. Appalachia, this West Virginia sure seems like it's got a lot of problems itself. Scorched beasts, plagues, nuclear bombs hitting each other. No, we got to go back to Pittsburgh.
What's funny too is like the forest, you know, like the nicest part of like pretty much any place we've seen in the wasteland is on like the do not nuke list. Like you literally cannot drop nukes in that region.
No, like Appalachia is literally the most pristine place that we've seen in Fallout up until like that forest area in the Fallout show.
And it has like good industry potential. Like there's so much like it makes no like the players launching nukes and stuff has to be canon, because otherwise Appalachia would be like a powerhouse. It'd be like the
everybody just agreed to not use it.
Yeah.
I don't even know why I did the Hick voice, because he's like a Pittsburgh Union guy.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't do like Union Boss. The most pristine location in the Fallout world should be like Wyoming. Dude, Wyoming's already a wasteland. There's been some mentions of it in the main game already, but by the holotape in Rockopolis and as the main target of Elder Lions' Scourge. Is there a possibility these loose ends will be tied up?
It's actually a coincidence. With a game as large as Fallout 3, no single person really has a grasp of all the details of the content as a whole. Aren't you guys supposed to be writing this stuff down then?
Listen, they don't have a lore master.
The gents that created and placed that holotape weren't the same ones that crafted the pit, so they were never actually tied together. Thankfully, it still works despite that.
Hold on. But Asher's entire story starts with him being left behind during the Scourge.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do we not see a problem here?
I don't even know what this is referring to. There's a holotape in Orcopolis, and as the target of Elder Lines is Scourge. What?
Rockopolis.
Yeah, like I know the is that the fucking? That's like where Argyle died.
It's
isn't
where
it?
the unarmed bobblehead is, next to Argyle's corpse.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's the bobblehead. Rolling, we're done, is a holotape found on a desk near the ladder. It literally just says that these people are going to the pit.
Oh, okay.
It is the first mention of the pit. What are you talking about, Fallout Wiki? Wouldn't the first mention of the pit be the guy in Fallout 3 that talks about the pit? I can't really control up and down. It's more like side to side that activates the jiggle, which is why it was such a problem and it had to be nerfed, because I would go from looking at the screen to looking at the chat, and it would just back and forth, it got crazy. It's just weird to me. So like, you build up a thing, right? It would be like answering, is Fallout 4 paying off the setup that like the Institute and Commonwealth had in Fallout 3, and answering, well, no, actually.
No, see, the people that worked on that quest, they were just doing that on their own. And every time, as Todd has famously stated, we start from scratch every time we start a new project.
Yeah, it's just two places that are coincidentally called the pit. Without giving...
I'm not the only one who's like really trying to, like, I don't understand what's going on here.
Without giving anything away, can you tell us a bit about the story? The slogan is choose your side, so can we expect more moral decisions?
The pit opens with the player encountering an escaped slave from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The slave, Werner, claims that the leader of the pit has created a cure for mutations. Once inside the pit, the player will take on the role of a slave. They'll have to find work and figure out how to gain an audience with the raider boss. From there, things could start to devolve depending heavily on how the player chooses to proceed.
Hang on, you need to say that sentence right. And figure out how to gain audience with Raider Boss. I feel like this is a transcript, and whoever transcripted it just did a really bad job, because there's no way this was his answer in like an email.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was referencing the actual like independent Fallout wiki.
I was trying to save chat from that one.
Is it a completely separate area from the Capital Wasteland? Dude. Are you... like, do you know geography? Let me help you out here. They're like 600 miles apart from each other.
No, they built all of that space to walk across it in real time because there's still no vehicles.
ESO's vanilla content takes around 1 to 200 hours, according to Zarek. I was wondering about like DLC too.
Man,
well, there's 3 factions, right? It would be like leveling, 1 to 60 Alliance and Horde, but with a 3rd faction.
Fun.
How do you spell geography? Well, it's geo and then graph and then E. So, you gain access to it via Underground Railroad, but you never ride an actual train. Just a dumb question in general. What about
You never wait, but you didn't finish asking the question. And is it true you go there on a train?
He was really into trains.
Okay, continue.
What about new items? There was some awesome new gear in Operation Anchorage. Is that something we can expect here as well?
Chat, sound off. Was the gear in Operation Anchorage that great, aside from the glitched power
So
armor?
the glitched power armor is, I think, a little better than the default power armor.
You just don't have to repair it.
Well,
Is...
I actually no, I do think that like it's a step up. The stealth suit is really powerful for stealth builds, and the Gauss rifle's all right. People like the Gauss rifle. I had maxed out my energy weapons skill, and it was still doing less damage than the sniper rifle, which my gun's skill was at like 30, by the way.
So, is small guns better than energy weapons in Fallout 3?
Generally, yes. Just because it's easier to combo with stealth.
Okay. There is plenty of new gear in the pit. It's just as brutal, but not as high-tech as the loadouts available in Operation Anchorage. There are several new Raider armors, even a stylized version of the Brotherhood of Steel's power armor. The new weapons include an auto axe, a two-handed melee weapon complete with a serrated rotary blade, great for sawing through bone, and a silenced scoped automatic rifle we've coined the Infiltrator. The Infiltrator.
I mean, this is just a list of like all of the stuff that's in the DLC.
Yeah. Fuck, what was that in Fallout 76? That rifle, that was like the meta.
All American? Oh, you mean Fallout 76?
Yeah.
It was added in Wastelanders, wasn't it?
The Fixer. That's what it was.
The Fixer.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, is just a combat rifle.
Yeah, it's silenced though, isn't it? Or mine was silenced. Anyways.
No, yeah, it's by default suppressed.
Yeah. God, that thing was fucking broken.
The effect of entering Oasis or Operation Anchorage was quite powerful given what a radical change it was from the Capital Wasteland. Can we expect something similar here? Okay. What effect? What are you talking about? I assume he just means the piss filter going away.
Yeah. Wait, does a piss filter go away in Oasis?
I think so.
You know what I like in what's it called? In Fallout New Vegas, when you go to that like bombed out where the Legion drops the dirty bomb.
Yeah.
And the green filter just like goes on super thick.
Yeah.
It's like, ooh, it's like Fallout 3 again.
New Vegas is like really bad about like filtering specific locations.
Yeah.
It's all for effect, of course, but it's just not very good. Listen, chat, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to get a mastectomy. I'm having back problems here, and I think that nerfing the breasts is what we're gonna have to do. I know that this is not the news you probably wanted to hear, but
how well endowed is the Altmerm?
Oh, she's like flat. Because I was going for like tall, thin, slender woman.
How well endowed are they in the Elder Scrolls games?
I want to say that they were fairly narrow. Oh, we cut the rotation. Yeah, chat, as you can see, I've dropped a bust size. I know it's tragic, but it had to be done.
Now you have that girl next door sort of feel, you know?
It's the outfit.
Yeah, it is.
All right, would you like to answer this question?
Yes. The pit itself is the vision of several developers who grew up in Pittsburgh. It's full of unique
Okay, hang
architecture
on,
that
hang
has
on,
a...
hang on, hang on, hang on. We've answered an important question. All right, and that is saved. Okay.
So do you think, first off, who was it?
No clue.
Second, did they decide on Pittsburgh because they were from there? Or did they decide on Pittsburgh and then they were like, those people were able to contribute better? Also, like, you know,
Yeah, she's all right.
what they didn't want to just do another field trip to Pittsburgh? What's wrong with Pittsburgh, huh?
It's an oily city.
That's why they didn't want to do Baltimore.
Yeah. Chat's been too horny, so I'm afraid this is also a woman, by the way. Just making that clear.
Gotta put them in horny timeout.
Just under the armor.
Is that Sarah Lyons?
She doesn't wear a helmet. She'd be better off if she did. All right. Why don't we continue here?
The pit itself is a vision of several developers who grew up in Pittsburgh. It's full of unique architecture that has a different color palette and feel from downtown DC. The buildings are decrepit but still intact. The raider area is filled with their usual displays of disemboweled corpses and spray paint. Yeah, I've always wondered about, like,
why
wouldn't like having the corpses and stuff attract, like Yao Guai and stuff? Like,
wouldn't it be a vector for disease?
Stink. Yeah, like disease. Wouldn't it like just, stink? Perhaps the most striking part of the pit is the bridge that leads into it and the ominous black smog that erupts from the still working steel mill.
Man, all the people that praise the pit seem to be just copying his homework. Pat, you need to blow your nose, my guy. It's one of those days where that's not going to fix the problem.
Yeah. You gotta
trust me, I have been.
A neti pot.
And
sinus wash that bitch.
No, I have been drained and it is only replenished. That's why I'm drinking so much. It's literally just one of those days.
Yeah. Is it like super dry over there? I get like that when
actually no, we had a ton of fog really today.
Dry. Oh.
How long is it in terms of playtime, including all side quests, etc.?
There are repeatable quests and plenty of side content. Depending on play style, you'll average about 4 hours inside the pit. That's
about right.
Yeah. You can also always come back for the unique vendors and to further explore the area, which is fairly extensive.
All right, no, yeah, that's
with
not
how
right.
With how much they were, glazing everything earlier, I'm surprised that they weren't like 12 hours in the pit.
Yeah. Well, listen, you got to find all the steel bars.
Yeah.
I don't think the area is fairly extensive.
No, it's like, what is it, like 4 cells? Like 4 exterior cells? 5 maybe?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just thinking about the actual exploration area, not the slave housing. I didn't know that was being considered as part of the actual play space. It's basically a loading screen, Are there any new achievements for it?
You should have known.
Just answer it. No, don't answer it. I already read it. It'll be $10. Without giving anything away, can you tell us if Paladin Kodiak has a role to play back to his roots?
He doesn't specifically, although if the player has met Kodiak, they can reference him in conversations to be had with characters in the pit itself.
Really?
Also, there are some of Kodiak's relatives left in the pit as well.
Is this real? I've gone from not knowing who Paladin Kodiak is to finding out that apparently there's exclusive dialogue for him.
Like, who's Kodiak?
Real name Greg Bear is a member of Lion's Pride in Fallout 3.
Okay.
He's in the Citadel. Well, there you go. He's one of a endless legion of unnamed characters. I don't really see what happens if you invoke his name. Asher will reference him, but there's nothing really about Kodiak in the line. And you ask, how did you rebuild after the Scourge? And Asher says they took a kid named Kodiak.
A kid?
Yeah, Kodiak was well, I mean, would have been a kid when the Scourge happened. They took them with him, and now he's an adult because it was 20 years later.
Okay.
I'm just looking through all the sources if there's people that talk on his page that aren't him. Yeah, Asher alludes to him is pretty much all I'm seeing.
But he has family there.
I don't really care, to be honest. Alright. I don't know what this is, so I need to look at it before I post it on the screen. Alright, that's fine. Sorry, chat, I had to hide you from an IGN article.
Right.
Speaking of chat, I think they're dead.
Oh boy, Mothership Zeta.
I think Mothership Zeta and Point Lookout. So you get the good with the bad. The tab has frozen. Man, it would be nice if there could just be like a live stream pop out thing on like the back end that worked. And didn't eventually crash in its own way.
That's what you get for using ad blockers.
That's such a funny theory.
So what's interesting was I was staying in an Airbnb the other night, and I was using a Roku that had a YouTube app installed in it, and that app would routinely crash.
You think that's affected it too?
I think the issues that we're dealing with are just YouTube being shit. They're just having. I remember back in the day, back in like 2011, 2012, YouTube would just the videos would just start buffering, or they would stop buffering rather. And you just have to like sit there and refresh the page like over and over and over again until it finally worked.
But listen,
That was like
we're
that
still
for like
not as
3
bad
years.
as Twitch.
Yeah.
I watched.
Yeah, Twitch. God damn.
I watched the H3 video on Hassan Piker.
Oh, really?
It was actually pretty good. If you ever wanted my opinion on the Israel I mean, that is at the heart of the issue. Do you know anything about that situation?
I don't know anything about this drama between H3 and Hassan.
Well, what I'll say about the video is that it does it puts all of the clips in one place, which is nice. And because before it was like The other guy that talked about it has like 17 videos on the subject. So it's like which one contains like this has it all, and it's like an hour and 40 minutes, and um it's funny. Like there's actually funny stuff in the video. So it was pretty shocking to me, an H3H3 video in 2025 that isn't cringe.
Wow.
Because the last one he did was on Keemstar, and it was literally him throwing shit at a wall just to see what would stick.
And going after Keemstar in this day and age is like, why?
Joke's on you, it's all cringe. Oh yeah, all life is cringe. I'll never forgive Hassan for making me agree with Ethan. I mean, there's a lot of reasons you shouldn't forgive Hassan. Yeah, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know that video was 4 years ago, okay? Alrighty. Did I link you this one?
Yes,
Okay.
I have it up.
May of 2009. The Microsoft exclusive for Fallout 3's downloadable add-ons won't exist for much longer, as Bethesda has announced plans to bring all downloadable content for Fallout 3 to PlayStation 3. Can you imagine the console warriors of the time?
I don't have to imagine it. I was there. I was on the forums at that time. It was pretty what you'd expect. What's funny now is like, you know, we're starting to see that like rhetoric pop up again during like Starfield.
Yeah.
Except it's like, guys, we're talking about fucking Starfield.
Yeah, all of those guys got their balls stuck in a vice for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Did you see what I posted in response to some guy?
No, I don't think so.
Hey, I'm turning into Ethan Klein. It's just going to be let's talk about what happened on Twitter for 8 hours show. All right.
I haven't been on Twitter in a while, actually.
Unfortunately, remember Paris Lily?
Yeah.
Yeah, remember that really good interview he did?
Mm-hmm.
That was the last time he ever did anything good. All right, I got it on screen now. So are you watching the stream?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. This was my edit. He didn't say the earlier parts. He just says 2025 is the year Xbox hits its stride with delivering games.
Oh no.
Yeah, this guy did one good interview with Todd Howard and then has spent the last 2 years being like just a Microsoft shill.
Mm-hmm.
And like anytime anybody calls him out for his nonsense, he like just falls back on, well, listen, I'm just a dad and I'm just a gamer and can't we get along? And it's like, no, because you're a fucking shill.
Yeah.
He was one of those guys that like because Starfield started reviewing poorly wanted to get rid of like numerical review scores.
Oh, yeah. I think I remember seeing that.
So like he posted this thing about how Steam reviewers were able to like buy the game, give Starfield a negative review, and then refund the game. So like his theory is that was a substantial portion of why the game was getting mostly negative. And it was so stupid that he got hit with a community note. So he got Twitter Premium so he could edit his post to get the community note removed, but he didn't change what he said. He just like removed a period from his post, and that was enough to get that got the community note removed.
Oh, man's taken Twitter a bit too seriously.
But yeah, he's still around. The majority of the people that we were making fun of before Starfield came out for shilling the game, a lot of those guys have deleted since then. Like, Twitter didn't make them enough money, so they eventually gave up on the grift. Which is what I called out at the time, was that a bunch of people were trying to get Twitter Premium revenue, and the easiest way to do that at the time was to try to get into console warring.
Yeah. Yeah, it didn't really stick because you know, Xbox, once Xbox like waved the white flag and they were like, yeah, we really don't want to be in the hardware business anymore. We want
Yeah.
to put our stuff on PlayStation.
It was the mix of going multi-platform with their exclusives and like shit canning a couple Bethesda studios that like
Hmm.
those guys just shut up.
Yeah.
Like I'm sure they're still going. I have a lot of them muted now, but I feel like a lot of it has eased up. Like
Weakness.
it was bad in 2023.
Weakness. Never mute. You have to stare at the sun. Burn your retinas out.
Oh, I don't block anybody. I just mute them. Was Paris the guy that exposed Todd Howard for only showing him save states of Starfield in previews? That was Ryan McCaffrey
Yeah.
at coincidentally IGN. Full circle, baby. All right. The fun isn't over for Fallout 3 PC and Xbox 360 owners just yet, however. Bethesda has also announced 2 new expansions titled Point Lookout and Mothership Zeta that will come to Microsoft platforms first. Does this button work? Okay. Point Lookout takes players to a new swampy area with new quests. Mothership Zeta features a return of the aliens who are described by Bethesda as pissed. What?
Where was that description?
That is more story about what the aliens want than is in Mothership Zeta. The download allows players to experience an alien abduction. Both Point Lookout and Mothership Zeta will be priced at 800 Microsoft points. US $9.99. Point Lookout will be available in June, and Mothership Zeta is slated for July on the same platforms. Anchorage will be released for PS3 in June, with The Pit and Broken Steel following 4 to 6 weeks between each. Exact release dates will be announced in the future. Both Point Lookout and Oh my fucking god. Read on for IGN's exclusive first interview with Todd Howard, game director for Fallout 3, that dives into more details on the newly announced add-ons as well as extra details on the port to PS3. All right, typical format. I'll be the interviewer. You'll be Todd Howard.
Yes.
Are you able to handle that?
Responsibility.
That responsibility.
I will try to do it justice.
How close are we to sending private to Nepal? We've raised. Let's see. That's Canadian $20, so I think that's about like 6 USD. So, what's that? Like a water bottle? We've got your first water bottle. Is Point Lookout a reference to Point Lookout State Park in Maryland? Is that where the DLC takes place?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Todd, he has a way with words. He's maxed out charisma.
You know, sometimes it's just, well, it's simple. Straight to the point.
Does the substantial history of Point Lookout State Park play a role in this expansion?
In some ways, yes, such as the Civil War stuff. Its modern incarnation is different since we do treat it as we see it from the Fallout timeline post 1950, more of a seaside vacation town with a boardwalk.
I mean, we're being very generous saying that the Civil War stuff is anything. I like this orange super chat up here that's just gonna flash over and over. What do you want? What do you want? Put user in timeout. How dare you? Money for the private becomes a human popsicle fund.
Can I just do a review of that that Far Cry game that was in?
So of that $2, you will get 70 cents towards your towards your fund of becoming one of the few hundred corpses that are on Mount Everest. Point Lookout is a state park. It's Maryland, okay? Their definition of a state park is not going to be like fucking Yellowstone or anything like that. Can we have a crumb of bigger screen for the articles? Come on, man. Do you need to read these?
We're narrating it for you. I've been led to believe that people don't want to read anymore. They just want voice acting.
Yeah, we're giving you like premium voice acting here. I've got audio narrator private sessions. Without spoiling too much for us, what is the general plotline of Point Lookout's new quests?
Yeah, I really don't want to spoil it yet. It has a swampy horror vibe. It's the brainchild of Joel Burgess and Nate Perkypile. Oh, interesting. Two of our best people here. Their pitch was picture backwoods Maryland where the bombs didn't actually fall, but the world has left it behind. It's also big, really big. It's a mini wasteland swamp to explore. It has a main quest, side quests, etc.
There's that word again. Big.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure the folks at Bethesda know what a big expansion area is. It's not Point Lookout.
Man, it's weird to hear them say that when it's like they made the Shivering Isle.
Yeah, that's what throws me off too.
It's like, no, Shivering Isles is big. Point Lookout is.
But listen, they charge $10 for Point Lookout. They charge like $30 for Shivering Isles. So clearly, listen, you got to think about it in terms of a like hours played to dollars spent ratio. Okay.
Mm-hmm. It really is sad that we'll never get like another Shivering Isles.
I was linked a video recently, and it was a thesis on why Elder Scrolls 6 won't be disappointing, because Elder Scrolls games have really good dollar to time ratios compared to World of Warcraft.
What? Did they take into account paid mods?
Yeah, you gotta pay for the mods. It's just a silly
for
thing,
all the
like
different versions of Skyrim that we all had to buy.
I feel like Elder Scrolls 6 will be disappointing is something that most people can agree with, just on the basis of, because you're gonna have people that are like, it's gonna suck, and then you're gonna have people that are like, no, it's gonna be good, but people's expectations are gonna be too high. Like those are both positions that would agree with it will be disappointing.
Yeah. Nah, TES 6 is probably gonna suck because I played Starfield.
Yeah.
It's they're too far gone at this point. I really do think they're targeting for like Skyrim 2, and it's like it's just not gonna cut it.
Yeah, the industry has moved on in terms of like what the expectations are, what the standards are.
What's funny too is like we're not the only people who have said. I've heard this being like talked about from like other sources and stuff. Like the general consensus is like, yeah, Skyrim was good, but I don't want Skyrim 2. I want TES 6.
So, I don't know if you know this, but in the last month, we have officially reached the point where the Elder Scrolls 6 trailer is closer to the release of Skyrim than it is to today.
Oh my god. That's brutal.
It's not good.
It's TES 6 is turning into Half-Life 3, except we know they're actually working on TES 6.
I don't think, like, I think a lot of the normie audience has left them behind. It was like, yeah, it's that old game I played. I remember that. I think it was in
Skyrim?
I was in like development hell or something. They've been working on it for a really long time.
Oh, TES 6, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've been working on it for 20 years.
Listen, if BioWare just managed to get Veilguard released, 2 years earlier, and it was the live service game that EA was originally
And
planning.
the price of eggs was $1 a dozen.
It would have been successful.
So true. What about for Mothership Zeta?
If you poke around Fallout 3, you can find a crashed UFO with an alien inside that is broadcasting a signal your Pip-Boy picks up. This is where you can get the alien blaster. Well, Mothership Zeta is answering the distress call. You get abducted, and the whole thing takes place on a giant alien spacecraft. It's one of those classic 50s B-movie type things, but with a harder edge. Where's the... Oh, there's pages to this? What the fuck?
Yeah, this was a not pleasant part of games journalism from this era.
Okay, so this... Do you have the
I
archive at the
don't
next
have
page?
the archive for this. One could say I wasn't prepared. I mean, I was only, like, jotting down 1,000 sources. So let me
Well,
let me start working on the archives for...
I clicked on the link and it loaded.
Oh, so the thing now is just one page.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, we can just go from here.
Yeah, okay. I do have to zoom in, though. Alright. How substantial are Point Lookout and Mothership Zeta? Can we expect them to be on par with past Fallout 3 add-ons?
They're all within the same range. Some skew a bit bigger, some a tad smaller, but we try to keep them around the same size and cost.
I don't think the $10 DLC model worked. I really don't.
Yeah. I mean, what's weird though is that like Fallout 3's DLC, people do speak highly of it.
I think those are like fools.
Well, it's fools that are paying at
Yeah, but
least,
some
right?
of the takes I've read on them are insane.
Yeah, but they're still paying for it. That's the whole point. Is like, was it commercially viable? Did they make money doing this, or was it like just too difficult? Did they lose money or whatever?
I don't know. I think there's something to be said about the commercial viability of making the Shivering Isles and still selling copies of Oblivion well after the fact. Whereas I don't think that the Fallout 3 DLC are such standout experiences that they, were selling copies 15 years later.
Yeah. Do you think Dawnguard and Dragonborn were good enough to sell copies of Skyrim?
I don't know if they were good enough, but I would consider them to be essential to buying another copy of Skyrim.
Yeah.
Like, if Dawnguard and Dragonborn hadn't happened, I probably wouldn't have bought Skyrim on PC. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Which is weird with the timeline, but just kind of the way that I think about it. Like, Dawnguard is too essential, in my opinion, to the flavor of Skyrim to not have to have a version of Skyrim without Dawnguard.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would buy Skyrim just because of Dawnguard, but I think it's an essential part of the formula.
Yeah, whereas with like Fallout 3 deals, I can't. Maybe Broken Steel, just because it like ups the level cap and adds some new perks.
The new
But
perks aren't very good. The up level cap comes at the cost of increased level enemy scaling.
Yeah.
I think Broken Steel is probably a net negative for the game.
It's like the anniversary edition upgrade.
Yeah. It is fascinating to me that Bethesda has so many problems with, like, some things make the game worse. Operation Anchorage focused on combat. The Pit offered morally gray questing. Broken Steel extended the main story and lifted the level cap. What will be the main selling points of Point Lookout and Mothership Zeta?
We just try to do different things. Do some stuff visually and gameplay wise the main game didn't do. So the vibe of Point Lookout is really different, and the same with Mothership Zeta. With Point Lookout, we wanted a larger landscape, a new place to explore, really explore, as opposed to Anchorage and the Pit that are more linear. With Mothership Zeta, that started as something we always kind of joked about, doing an alien abduction game.
That's a good sentiment.
Why isn't that in Starfield? It's crazy visually, since we couldn't really reuse any asset from the main game. Fallout 3's lead artist, Istvan Pili, is heading that DLC up, and it's some great stuff. It looks like a new game. Oh yeah, it definitely does look like a new game, let me tell you.
The Pit being morally gray. Hey, want to help the slaves or help the slavers? Deep choice. Yeah, but the slaves are actually kind of bad. Well, Jeff was still the producer.
They want to eat the baby.
That's a mod. Just to be clear, because I think that the meme has kind of infiltrated people's idea that no, because nobody takes the cannibal perk, so how would they know? Will these add-ons take place in the post-game world of Project Purity that was set up in Broken Steel? In other words, will actions in that download affect either Point Lookout or Mothership Zeta?
They work either way, kind of like our other quests, in that they play out whether you have finished the main game or not.
I mean, then the answer is no, Todd.
Dodge.
Todd, the answer to that question is no.
You can continue to play them after completing Broken Steel. Because that's not the question. Todd, answer the question.
Yeah, Todd's actually being pretty dodgy in this interview.
Mm-hmm.
Each of the past downloads for Fallout 3 added new weapons and armor to play around with. What can we look forward to in terms of new equipment in the upcoming add-ons?
They both add stuff, but we'll be talking about those later. And another dodge.
Are there any particularly cool new perks on the way that you can tell us about now?
Yes, but another thing we'll save for later. But he said now.
So, no, Todd. That's not what the word yes means. Will Point Lookout or Mothership Zeta once again lift the level cap for 360 and PC players that have hit 30 already?
Neither affects the level cap, so it's whatever your game is already at. If you have Broken Steel, it will be 30. If not, it will be 20.
Good that he answered a question. Why is it that the first 3 pieces of DLC are finally hitting the PS3? Was it a timed exclusivity deal, or was it something else worked out?
It's mostly the workload on us. Based on our Oblivion experience, it was clear that Xbox users were much more comfortable buying content by a wide margin.
God
Oh
damn.
my god. It's a lot to get them ready for a particular platform, and now that they've been so popular, we want to get them on the PS3. And there's obviously been a lot of frustration on the part of PS3 owners who don't feel they are getting the total Fallout 3 experience, and we don't want that to happen. We want everyone to have everything, but we still need to set priorities so we can use our development time wisely.
I
So,
feel like that's not the actual answer.
yeah, I don't think so either.
No, that sounds like a lie to me. Because
Yeah.
there was stuff like DLC was very new and Sony didn't embrace it as quickly, and they would charge you money to release updates for your games on their systems.
Yeah.
So I feel like there was probably really some kind of like backroom dealing going on. Because this just makes it sound like they withheld the content so that PlayStation players would get aggravated that they didn't have the full experience just to prime them for buying the DLC.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not like a good story he's told. He's basically said, yeah, Xbox people are more loose with their wallet, and
Yeah, yeah, like like even yeah, even if you take it at face value, it's the Xbox players just they're dumber. They just spend more money. They'll buy our shit.
remember when Valve wanted to release content for free for Left 4 Dead, but Microsoft refused? It's not surprising. Microsoft was like, a lot of the microtransaction fuckery that goes on today is rooted in Microsoft. Microsoft was pushing this stuff onto developers. People blame Bethesda for horse armor, but like, Microsoft was the ones that told them, hey, you should, you know, release some DLC for this game.
Yeah. We suggest, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, that you do this.
I genuinely thought it was because PlayStation architecture was harder to develop on. I feel like that was how he started answering the question, because he starts with it's mostly workload on us, and then the next sentence is completely unrelated. Based on our experience with Oblivion, I can't say that like Shivering Isles was a broken piece of shit on PlayStation. So the Xbox users, they like spending money.
Well, listen, it's not the users, it's the storefront, okay? Um, think of it like like a store you walk into. If you walk into a store and it's dirty and like this bad lighting and stuff, are you gonna buy anything there? No, of course not. Xbox though, and that's the PlayStation, that's the Sony store, right? Xbox, it's like walking into uh, Circuit City or
Well, I feel like something that's not being stated is like, on the one hand, Sony's being blamed for the console. On the other hand, Bethesda's being blamed for not using it correctly. But what you have to remember is that the selling feature of the Xbox for developers was that it was like developing for PC, meaning that it
Mhm.
wouldn't be as difficult to port games. Whereas PlayStation obviously wasn't going in that direction. Even as far as the PlayStation 3, was still of the mindset that like console hardware is console hardware. It's not a PC of limited power. It's its own piece of thing, and you have to cater to the software to the hardware.
Yeah. Man, am I glad that fucking mentality died. It's never been a better time to be a PC player.
Yeah.
It really is funny just watching all the console players having that realization where they're just like, "Wait, why don't I just get a PC then?"
I don't, listen, I only have $400. I refuse to spend the money that you would, like, I'm not joking. Whether it's like tabletop gaming, trading card games, firearms, cycling, any of these hobbies, I've spent significantly more money on them than I have on video games. Was the eventual PlayStation 3 release for the existing DLC always in the works, or was it something that came up after the fact?
We always wanted to do it, but until it actually looks like it will happen, we don't wanna make promises. We've been working on it, and they aren't done yet, so it's going to take time for each DLC to be moved over to the PS3 and work well. As a result, there will still be a month or so gap between each one once they start hitting on the PS3.
Will Operation Anchorage, Broken Steel, or the Pit on PS3 feature any changes from what we saw in the Xbox 360 versions?
No, we wanna keep the content the same across platforms.
Are there going to be new trophies for all of the content on PlayStation 3?
Hopefully, it's something we're still working on. Man, really?
Will PlayStation 3 players have to wait until Broken Steel for the level cap to be lifted?
Yes, it works the same as Xbox.
Will anything in Point Lookout or Mothership Zeta give us hints about what to expect in Fallout New Vegas?
No, New Vegas is a totally different game being developed by Obsidian Entertainment.
God damn, they caught Todd Howard on a bad day. He is being terse. Will this be the end of downloadable add ons to Fallout 3, or can we expect more announcements towards the end of this year?
I think this will be it, but I've thought that before too.
You know what's funny is this was it, and this is the last time we get to say that.
Yeah.
Once again, we must ask, will any of these downloads offer up dog meat armor?
How much would you pay for one that uses Liberty Prime's voice chip and makes Dogmeat talk like a giant robot while blasting people to chunky soup?
I can picture the Todd Howard like physical movement, him shifting in his chair,
Yeah,
being like, "This is the last question, so I gotta give a chirpy answer."
man.
Fallout 3, everybody, Fallout 3. Well, I got a few things from that. It wasn't worthless, but
Yeah.
it wasn't a good interview. For some reason, it's the only time Todd Howard talked about the DLC, which I have a feeling that like Todd wasn't active in working on the DLC. I feel like he's working on
He,
Skyrim at this point.
Skyrim, yeah. That still begs the question, though, of where the fuck was Pete Hines? It's not like he has anything to do with development, so.
Yeah. Okay, so Pete Hines may have been busy with the like id acquisition at the time.
Oh, right. He had to go fluff up Rage. When did Rage come out?
2010. This was around the time when Bethesda Softworks started to actually become a real like industry player.
Yeah. October 2011.
And it's like, it's $10 Fallout 3 DLCs, like who gives a shit? Like
Yeah.
it's funny that like Fallout 3 simultaneously feels like a game that failed to sell but also sold like crazy.
Well,
No, I think
we needed to see Starfield flop before we could appreciate what Fallout 3
I
was
think
able
what it
to do.
is that Fallout 3 didn't pan out, and so there wasn't as much enthusiasm to make add-on content for it. Whereas like
Really?
I think Skyrim like the reason Skyrim's DLC was so good is because Skyrim as a game was much better than Fallout 3 and 4.
Oh, you mean in terms of like actual I thought you meant like commercial success.
No, I'm talking specifically like developmental visions kind of panning out.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that.
Oh, the YouTube backend is fucked. Who could have seen this coming? My favorite thing is that I can't just reload the tab. The tab becomes fucked.
Yeah. Hey, at least it's not your entire browser.
Yeah, that would be inconvenient.
And I can't believe I'm just looking at id's release slate, right?
Yeah.
They went from Doom 2016 to fucking Rage 2.
There was a Rage 2? Oh my god, there was a Rage 2.
My point. Exactly. Co-developed
Wait
with
a second. There was a id Software game after Doom 2016 that has just been forgotten? Man, no wonder
See,
they didn't call it Quake.
yeah.
And it's only ever that tab, never others not playing. The ad block thing is probably right. I don't notice it when I watch videos, though. I've only ever noticed it when I stream. And it might be because I'm on the not premium account.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, did I link you this one?
No, you didn't. Right.
June of 2009. Exclusive Fallout 3 Point Lookout interview. Jeff Gardner is back. They didn't waste Todd Howard's time.
Todd
I'm
needed to go
surprised that
back to working on shouts.
I'm surprised that last interview even happened.
It was IGN. They had to
They couldn't say
oblige.
no, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is Platform Nation. I recently had a chance to ask Jeff Gardner, lead producer for the Fallout 3 DLC, a few questions about their upcoming DLC, Point Lookout. I was even able to get a tiny bit of information about Mothership Zeta, including a name drop of a new weapon that isn't even listed on the Fallout 3 wiki yet. Score! Wow, you found out about the alien disintegrator? Where in the Fallout universe is Point Lookout located, and how will players access it?
Point Lookout is a state park in Maryland along the Chesapeake Bay. Player will get a radio signal after installing Point Lookout, letting them know of a strange new fruit being distributed throughout the
I
wasteland.
didn't know that.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I never really listened to the
I've
radio.
listened to the Anchorage and the Pitt radio signals.
The fruit is being ferried over by a boatman named Tobar, who will allow you to ride back to the park with him down the Potomac River.
Which takes... Didn't I say it takes a month?
Yeah.
I want you to bear in mind, chat, that Point Lookout is about 70 miles from DC. All right.
Listen, we had to take a stop in Cuba.
Yeah. That's where the fruit actually comes from. Tobar wanted some cigars. Can you give us any hint as to what the story of Point Lookout is?
Once the player arrives in Point Lookout, they're directed to a mansion that appears to be on fire. Once inside, the player gets entangled into helping a ghoul named Desmond defend the mansion. And from there is asked to infiltrate a local cult known as the Tribals to find out how they're modifying the local punja fruit to delve into what else they're
They
hatching. Yeah. The player will ultimately have to choose sides, a choice that isn't black and white.
What? It isn't? I guess it's not. You can side with Desmond to get no reward and have a harder quest, or you can side with Calvert to have a comically easy quest and also get no reward.
Look, the point of Point Lookout is to let go.
Can you adjust the page a bit? Here's the thing. I don't want to fuck around with the cropping because every website does it differently.
Mm-hmm.
Will Point Lookout bring any substantive change? Will this downloadable content that you are charging $10 for bring any substantive changes to the game?
No. Not in terms of new gameplay features such as additional levels. There are, however, lots of new creatures, items, armor, weapons, and a whole new area to explore. The Point Lookout swamp is substantive and should engross players for several hours even if they ignore the quest line.
Really?
Listen.
Chat. Is there several hours of content to explore in the Point Lookout swamp? I just ran through it.
Well, see, that's the problem is you ran. You have to walk.
Well,
Really
it's not Broken
soak in the
Steel. Broken
atmosphere.
Steel is a DLC I walked through. More than 2. I feel like several is at least 4. 2 to 5 is several. Can we expect you dumbass. You fuck. Why don't you read the answer to the last question? Can we expect new weapons, armors, and perks?
What is this guy? A YouTuber? Oh, right. Point lookout weapons are more rustic. A double-barreled shotgun and a large axe are just some examples. Mothership Zeta, there are several new weapons, including melee and ranged weapons. The new rifle, for instance, is called the Disintegrator.
Hey, I called
Perks
it.
for both
I
DLC.
literally called what weapon name he got. Wow, chat, Fallout Wiki. I got exclusive scoop here. There's gonna be a weapon called the Disintegrator.
What do you think it does?
I think it gibbs people.
Perks for both DLC are quest related and aren't being revealed. There are also 4 new achievements for both Point Lookout and Mothership Zeta. Thank you for heading off that that next question.
That stupid ass question. Yeah,
Listen,
it
it
was
was
the late
it's
2000s.
is yeah, like everybody was about that gamer score.
Everybody was about achievements. Can you imagine? It's so frustrating. This is a time period of like really good opportunities to ask questions of a lot of studios that were honestly at their most interesting, and they're
Mhm.
asking them like, how much gamer score can I get from the pit?
Yeah. They're at their most interesting and probably their most like available. You had Bethesda literally interviewing every single person who worked on Fallout 3.
Yeah, and they're asking
And
them like,
it,
uh, 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 have you played Gears of War? Buying those $2 games to max your score.
yeah.
Lengthwise, will this DLC be comparable in size to your previous DLC offerings?
Each of them should take about 3 to 5 hours to complete the main quest at a standard pace.
The new enemies share, in my opinion, a strong resemblance to the boomers from Left 4 Dead. Am I imagining things, or
Lots of folks here play Left 4 Dead, but the inspiration for the new hill folk found in Point Lookout is more the hills have eyes or some iconic take on Deliverance or some ironic take on Deliverance.
I like acknowledging one of the actual Game of the Year contenders for 2008, but not like really answering the question. I mean, this is gamer brain, okay? Uh,
Yeah.
I mean, literally, I said, did you play Gears of War? Is in
Did
my
you play
opinion,
Left 4
are
Dead?
these the boomers? How long
Okay,
after?
here's where the hill folk really came from. Todd Howard has a vacation home.
That's what I want to know is how are there hill folk in Point Lookout? It's Maryland. It's like the Maryland's Atlantic Peninsula. It's not exactly the most country of places.
Yeah, I would expect everybody there to be like waspy, actually. It's probably like super fucking expensive.
How long after announcing the first 3 DLC did the team decide that you wanted to continue making more?
How many DLC we were going to create was always up in the air. That being said, we had the idea for Zeta early, but decided not to create it initially. When we did decide to create 2 more, it was at the top of the list.
That was an interview. That was one of the interviews of all time. I did not write anything down.
Oh, come on. You didn't write down the boomers. I think I think it is a good indication that like it's a great like encapsulation of that time period, right?
Yeah.
Like you're talking about fucking achievements and Left for Dead gamer brain and shit. Like,
Yeah. Alrighty. This is the last one we're going to be doing today.
oh boy.
And it's about everybody's favorite DLC.
Point lookout. We just talked about it.
Sure. Alrighty, let's see. Jesus. It's a long one. Alright. Here at Talking About Games, we've become big fans of Bethesda Softworks. Wow, you're fans of the publisher and not the game studio? Sure, they've offered up some exceedingly enjoyable experiences over the years, but the addiction invoked by Fallout 3 borders on the unhealthy. How? How? I'm fucking
Man.
ringing this game for more than 50 hours of content. Okay? This shit is dry.
That what's wild right now is I'm reading this and I'm like, this sounds like AI. This is written in 2009.
It was
Ain't no
definite
way
it
it was
was
AI.
it was definitely an NPC of some kind. And in true Bethesda fashion, there's been no shortage of add-on content for our favorite post-apocalyptic journey since its release last October. Jesus Christ. The legacy of your company being that you're famous for having lots of add-on content. He was 12 when he first played it. So this 12-year-old is working for Talking About Games, the Games Journal site in 2009. Work with me here, chat. Make that make sense. Sadly, it seems as though our Vault Dweller's adventure is nearing its inevitable completion. On no, 10 years of content for Fallout. On August 3rd, on August 3, the release of Mothership Zeta will mark the final chapter in our Wasteland escapades. That's the real funny thing about Mothership Zeta.
Yes. It was the last one.
And since this is
Hope you
tag,
liked it.
we don't have the patience or the self-discipline to wait until the release of this DLC to learn about its subject matter. As such, we decided to pester Jeff Gardner, lead producer on Fallout 3. Wow, he's going up in the ranks. First, he was the lead. He's a senior producer. He got bumped up to lead producer on the DLC, and now he's the lead producer on the entire game. For some more juicy details, and as always, Mr. Gardner has come through for us. Yes, Jeff is clutch. Make a note of it. Oh, God. Hit the jump for our
Boy.
full interview with Bethesda's finest. All right. The first 3 pieces of DLC for Fallout 3 provided a more linear experience for gamers, with Point Lookout breaking that mold.
He even uses the slur.
Will Mothership Zeta be a return to form, or will we have more space to explore?
Mothership Zeta is similar to the first 3 DLC in that it is combat heavy, but the ship itself is more open, with multiple objectives that can be completed as the player sees fit.
Really, really stretching the definition of the words we're using here. What was the motivation behind taking players onto an alien spaceship for Mothership Zeta? Did someone on the team have an encounter?
We thought it would be a very unique environment to explore, a far cry from the dust-ravaged wastes of DC. The lead designer, Emil Pagliarulo, and I are interested in alien conspiracy theory. There's a lot of information to sift through on the internet. While neither of us is quite sure what to believe, it makes for interesting coffee conversation.
So I
Is
guess Emil
is Emil a hollow Earth theorist?
Emil got into alien conspiracy theories in
Ancient
2009.
ancient aliens. When was Ancient Aliens like peak popularity?
So I would that's a good question. Chat, when was Ancient Aliens a thing? I feel like it was later.
It was.
But that would be a deep cut question to ask Emil in like a 2025 interview is like, "So, are you still into alien conspiracy theories? Did you ever move past casual belief?"
Do you have any theories about those weird obelisks that were popping up in the deserts? Or how about those those UFO sightings over New Jersey?
Wilshin's like, but Emil, I thought you thought my quests were bad, and Emil's like, what are you talking about? I was yelling at you because you said the Earth is round. In what creative way will this new questline be initiated? Does the Wanderer stumble upon a mutilated Brahmin carcass?
It starts at the alien crash site currently hidden in the wasteland. As the player explores the area, they get beamed up into space.
Okay. As a developer, what has it been like working with a successful game that has allowed you to pursue more unconventional ideas like an alien abduction?
Creating Fallout 3 in the DLC has been the journey of a lifetime. It wouldn't have been possible without the rich and brilliant backstory provided by the first two
Well, also
games.
we have to acknowledge, what was the word he used?
Um, uh,
Reverence?
yeah, something like
Revered.
that.
The
Revered,
revered
revered.
Fallout 3 lore. Don't forget the
Yeah.
revered Fallout 3 lore that has really powered these DLC.
Couple that with a driven and brilliant team, and you have a dream job and a dream career. We're all very blessed. Praise Jesus.
All right. What was the inspiration behind the look of the alien at the crash site, and will his friends be just like him? Is the plan to take full advantage of designing completely new enemies?
Some of his friends are just like him. There are also new alien robots, as well as other creatures we can't quite reveal just yet. I feel we definitely maximize on the new enemy types. The combat and level design in Mothership Zeta is some of the best we've ever done. Oh boy,
All
that
right. Copy, Alt
speaks.
Tab, enter, uh, bracket, paste. All right. Clipped.
uh,
Listen,
is
hear me out. The combat in Mothership Zeta is all right.
Mhm.
The level design is avant-garde.
They were
Listen, it
trying.
was very intentional that they don't let you go back to the areas you've already explored.
The joke's on them. I didn't want to go back. I was using console commands to go forward
Jesus.
faster.
It was that bad for you?
Yeah, that was my first
I will
playthrough.
say that Mothership Zeta has grown on me.
I maybe I gotta give it another shot. I've only played it twice. The
I will
first time,
say,
like I said, I used console commands to basically get myself out of it.
between the two, between the prospect of being forced to replay Mothership Zeta versus The Pit, I would choose Mothership Zeta.
Well, I think Mothership Zeta is also like it just doesn't ask that much of you. It really is just combat sequences where it's like, the pit has a lot of story it's trying to tell,
Yeah,
and
it's got two stories it tells.
there's like some like wandering and stuff back and forth, and
It
then
really
there's
it really is a contest to see what's shittier, Zeta or Anchorage.
Man, yeah, if I had to probably Zeta, I would replay just because, like, what the fuck are you going to do on a second playthrough of Anchorage? Like, truly.
The Alien Blaster and Fire Lance are easily among the strongest weapons currently in the game. Assuming this DLC follows the past trend, what new loot from the creators of this technology could possibly trump what we've already found?
It's safe to say that it does, though ammo is still hard to find and should be conserved. There's a shock baton, alien atomizer, and alien disintegrator. Not to mention a new secret heavy weapon and cryo grenades that freeze enemies in their
Hmm.
tracks.
So 3 new things announced on this article.
Mm.
Score! Operation Afterbirth. The real the real question is, when is Operation Afterbirth getting a port over to Fallout 76? Fallout 76 Expedition Anchorage.
Oh my god.
With the right skills, perks, and weapons, players have reportedly taken down behemoths with just a couple of shots. What will you do to challenge higher level characters and give us an excuse to dust off our experimental nerves again? Oh my god. What? No, shut up. Shut up. Why would you tell him that? Like the game isn't already bullet spongy enough.
They won't be saying that about the new enemies, nor several of the enemies we ship with broken steel and point lookout. Remember, Fallout 3 was originally designed to a level 20 cap, and it was designed to
Okay,
end.
but pause. If you're specialized in just small guns, you could hit 100 and that's all that really matters. So I don't see like why 20 to 30 is necessarily like a huge gain in power level.
So once we expanded the gameplay by 1/3, some enemies became easier.
Oh god, sorry, you expanded the gameplay by 1/3? Are you joking? Like what?
All of the content we shipped, including it after Broken Steel, has included very difficult challenges for high-level players.
Yeah, like
Try taking a Ghoul Reaver down in 2 shots.
Jesus.
I love the idea of them being like, "Oh, these motherfuckers are saying, like, they're killing things too quickly. Alright."
This would be the correct era. I mean, think about it. This is the same era that at the moment that they are making Mothership Zeta are balancing Skyrim magic. One feature Fallout 3 is lacking that previous franchise titles had were vehicles. When the missions for Mothership Zeta are done, will we finally have our very own spaceship to trick out?
You'll be able to return to the spaceship, however, you won't be able to pilot it. Was that good, Todd? Um, I got that right? Okay, good.
I mean, like, what the fuck? This is okay. This is throwing me off. Half of the interviewers can't ask specific questions about Fallout 3 because it feels like they haven't really played it.
Played it, yeah.
This guy seems like he has played it, and yet he asks a question as stupid as, "Will we have our own spaceship? What would we do with it?" Yeah, this $10
Fly to the
deal's
pit.
this ten yeah, to nuke it from orbit.
It to get to Point Lookout. It took a month by boat. Do you know how fast you can get there by spaceship?
So true. So far, you've taken several opportunities to branch out into areas considered less Fallout-like than others and had a good amount of success. Can you give us any examples of how you'll retain that Fallout feeling when players are creeping around spaceships?
The high-level technology employed by the alien invaders still has the retro feel of Fallout. Mothership Zeta is also laced with dark humor. It was penned by the same quest designer responsible for the Fallout 3 main quest line, Brian Chapin.
That is so bizarre. I would not have expected that because they are like
Yeah.
diametrically opposite like story concepts.
Yeah, it's Brian Chapin having some fun, you know? It's the last DLC. It's probably not even gonna sell.
What dark humor?
The
Uh
kid.
there's like a shooting gallery that beams the raiders up to the ship. That's what I don't get. Okay, so dark humor has been invoked like many times by like say Emil, right? Like we have to put
Mhm.
dark humor into the game to balance out the like serious tone of like how sad it would be. He said that like if they didn't have humor, the game would be too sad. You would cry, right? That's been his justification for all the jokes. So what I've wanted to know is where was that in the main quest?
Um, um, the goat was funny, wasn't it? Did when you took it and everything, all the questions and answers and stuff, that was funny. That was dark humor. Uh,
Is that
uh,
is that it?
uh, um, Three Dog.
Three
That was
dog.
the
Ow!
voice.
Colonel. It is Colonel, isn't it?
Uh, I I clapped.
Listen, this is dark to Emil.
No, the real dark part is that Emil is still in DC and
No,
not in
so like
Boston.
one thing I've observed about Fallout 3 is that its main quest feels tonally disconnected from all of the side content in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas like
Okay, listen. Here's what happened.
okay, I'm listening.
He was Brian Shippen was writing the story in a different point in his life. He had things going on and stuff, but
Mm.
now he's on antidepressants and he writes Mothership Zeta instead.
Oh, well, Mothership Zeta definitely feels like the gray kind of lifeless, going through the motions kind of thing that would be created by somebody that's on like heavy antidepressants. But what I want to understand is you have Fallout 3's main quest, and Fallout 3's main quest has a serious tone, right? Like we've joked around a lot, we fucked around a lot, but it's a pretty flat story. It's very serious. There's not really a lot of humor injected into it,
Mm-hmm.
right? Oh, Liberty Prime. There you go.
Yeah,
That's the big joke in the main
yeah,
quest.
yeah.
There we go. We figured it out. So it's the goat and Three Dog and Liberty Prime. But there's still like 6 quests between these.
Tranquility Lane. You could be the pint-sized slasher.
Oh, that was supposed to be funny. Oh, well, I mean, okay, so there's like 5 quests. The biggest joke is Fox refusing to activate the purifier. That would be funny. What I'm just saying is that you have the side content of Fallout 3, and the side content of Fallout 3 has the unnecessary like injection of humor. It's not quite Outer Worlds, but it's there. And then you have
Was there humor in the pit?
the stupidity of the introduction.
That doesn't
I don't think
count.
there's really a lot of, maybe that's why people think that the pit is morally gray, is that it doesn't have any like just humor ruining the tone of it.
Yeah.
Because the pit plays itself pretty seriously. Hard to take
Yeah.
seriously, but it plays itself seriously. You get to Asher and just think, oh god, this is so fucking stupid.
Where, where's my alien spaceship? Need to fucking
Sally,
blast this
call down an
bitch.
orbital strike on the on Pittsburgh. It's so weird to me that the main quest of Fallout 3 and Mothership Zeta are written by the same people. Because all that Fallout 3 impresses upon me is like a shitload of exposition and then a shooting gallery, and then a shitload of exposition and then a shooting gallery, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what, that's how I remember Fallout 3, like a few days divorced from playing the main quest. It's been probably a couple weeks now, but
That's a very good summation.
so I don't get the dark humor thing.
Yeah.
And it's just weird.
It makes me wonder if like the story was written and then they were like, "Man, this is like really depressing. We need to
Well,
make
that's what
everything
Emil
else. We need to like
says
balance it out with
with
like
the side content.
side content and everything." Yeah.
I feel like that's a mistake because I got to give Skyrim this. It's very tonally consistent across
Mm-hmm.
the entire breadth until Creation Club came out. Literally everything is tonally consistent. Even Sheogorath, like for how wacky he is, isn't that divorced from how Skyrim feels as a game.
Yeah.
Whereas like Skyrim doesn't lean on levity to space out like the awful stuff, and it's like, yeah, that's a game series with like, you know, genocide and natural disasters and war and loss, and it has heavy stuff, but
Yeah.
it doesn't have baggage, I guess. I don't know. I've never been convinced by this like dark humor argument.
I've I don't know. Maybe it's just like the product of some people were playing Fallout 1 and some were playing Fallout 2. It it's like
I think it's
it's
Immel's
like
injection into the series. I think people have made that connection, but I honestly
probably.
think it's Immel's injection into the series. I think that Immel didn't want to make a tonally serious game.
Yeah.
I like Skyrim's serious tone, but does the team really wanted to do the opposite of whimsical Oblivion? I feel like, yeah, I guess Oblivion is kind of whimsical, but Oblivion is still played seriously. It's more like
Mhm.
everybody's metropolitan issues aren't really that serious. Like there's not like
Yeah.
there's homeless people, but there doesn't really seem to be like famine or starvation, right? Like poverty is almost a lifestyle choice in Oblivion. And so it lends itself to like a very light tone. I wouldn't say
Yeah.
whimsical, but definitely lighter than Skyrim. I can buy that people are like starving to death in Skyrim.
Yeah. Listen, Oblivion has a dark brotherhood, but they're not it didn't want people to feel too what was the word he used? Trying to remember the quote, the Emil quote from that. Yeah,
I
he
can't bail
wanted
you out
to
on this one.
point is though, like Emil wanted to blunt the Dark Brotherhood in Oblivion, so it's like it tracks. Like your theory does track.
Yeah. It might be just like it's that typical disconnect that Emil has between what he makes and what he thinks he's making.
Mm-hmm.
Like he thinks that his work is deep and it's not deep. He thinks his work is dark and it's not particularly dark.
He thinks it's funny, but
But it's not funny.
nah.
I mean, yeah,
I mean
this all
it's
tracks.
it's funny in an ironic sense,
It
but
makes for good
yeah.
fodder for YouTube videos.
Yeah.
That's the real funny thing. All right. For the power gamers who've already hit level 30, are the plans for new perks going to make us want to start our characters all over again, or will they be more in the vein of quest-related rewards?
The new perks are quest related. I always encourage fans to replay the game with different character styles and karmic balance. If you played the first time through as a noble combat heavy character, try replaying as an evil stealth oriented one. The game really plays remarkably different, both the combat and the storylines.
I feel like noble combat heavy and evil stealth oriented, the difference is just the evil stealth one does less content.
Yeah.
You wipe out Megaton, so then you wipe out all of the quests tied to Megaton, like so
Hmm.
you just end up with less content in the game. That's really what I noticed with the evil playthrough was like, damn, these settlements are gone. Oh well. I never really felt the absence of a settlement like I would in New Vegas, which is funny because, you know, you have to consciously make the choice in New Vegas to kill people who really don't deserve to be killed, whereas like half of the settlements deserve to be wiped out in Fallout 3. With the announcement of the two expansion disc releases for Fallout 3, add-on packs 1 and 2, we noticed that Mothership Zeta will only be available on disc with the full Game of the Year edition. This seems like a clear case of extraterrestrial discrimination. What gives?
uh, do I even have to read? It really doesn't work to put these out on a disc by themselves.
This is a
You need
weird.
at least
So okay,
2 to me.
this is a weird time where they're still having to release this stuff on discs.
Yeah.
Like they're not like they. It's weird. It's bizarre to me. They call it DLC, but they came out on discs.
Mhm.
They call it DLC. They call it downloadable content, but they came out on discs.
Listen, not everybody has high-speed internet at this time, but we don't wanna deny those people the
The the
opportunity to give us money.
the opportunity to experience Mothership Zeta.
We call it DLC because, like, we'd prefer people to download it, because it costs us less money that way. So, yeah.
In another interview, it was stated that the PS3 DLC was initially put off due to, oh my god, he's following, it's a follow up. In another interview, it was stated that the PS3 DLC was initially put off due to, quote, Xbox users being much more comfortable buying content by a wide margin, end quote. Have sales of Fallout 3 and user demand convinced you that there is a larger market out there than previously believed? Or are you really just bringing the content over in support of the fan base?
We're bringing content over to support the fan base.
Sorry, chat. False alarm. You thought journalism was happening, but what? This is the start of one question, right? This is prepping. This is prepping for a really impactful question, and then this is just the flaccid dick that comes out. He's almost at this moment where he's gonna slap his schmeat on the table, you know. Pure 12 inches of cock diesel just smacking down on the table, audible throughout the house, right? That's about to happen. And then he whips out this little micro penis and asks this non-question. I was excited. I was actually excited. I was like, this was such a fucked quote the first time I read it, that this being invoked again, I wanted there to be some kind of like restitution, some kind of justice that happened in 2009 for what was said. And this is what we got.
It makes me wonder, like, man, Todd must have regretted saying that.
Listen, chat, let me show you how you whip out a cock. Okay? Okay? You just unfurl it there and slap it down on the desk. Oh, that was a bit weak. Sorry, I hit like the underside of my knuckles against the desk. And yeah, that's how you flop a dick right out, right out. Halfway through that question, he saw Pete Hines readying the baseball bat.
Yeah.
It really, like, this is one of the most, aside from like non-questions like do you play Gears of War or will there be more achievements, this is one of the most disappointing questions I've probably read in an interview in a long time. Do you remember, you know, the guy that wrote The Big Short, the
um,
book The Big Short's based on? You probably
yes.
don't know the guy, but we're talking about the guy that wrote that book, okay?
Okay.
Did you know that he was glazing Sam Bankman-Fried?
Really?
Yeah. He wrote a book, yeah, Michael Lewis. He wrote a book about how bad like the institutional greed of the financial crisis was, and then he decided to try to write another book glazing Sam Bankman-Fried, who was
That's
an even bigger and even more malicious fraudster.
that is hilarious. Oops.
Whoopsie.
Yeah, talk about getting caught with your pants down.
He still released his glazing him after Sam Bankman-Fried got released too. No, it's crazy. It's like legitimately crazy. Last
Gotta,
question.
gotta get that bag.
Hits 3,200. 3,200 views. Well, if there's a consolation prize, only 3,200 people saw you drop this bag. You had the ball, you got the assist, it was passed to you, you dropped it immediately. You didn't just drop it. You just chunked it into the ground. I mean, just proper bricking the ball. After we burn our way through these DLC packs, it sounds like our time in the Wasteland may be coming to a close. Since we seem to have such a good track record for predictions, see Deathclaw Impunity PS3 DLC Game of the Year Edition. Oh, you're good at predictions? It's a shame you suck at questions. Would you like to tell us a little about a game called Elder Scrolls V?
You hear Pete Hines cock the shotgun in the
Mm-hmm.
background. Sorry, but we aren't talking about any of our future projects right now.
Wow. You know,
Riveting.
we were talking about how that one interview was like a metaphor for Operation Anchorage. This is definitely a metaphor for Mothership Zeta. Really setting up some interesting things just to slap me in the nuts.
Yeah, that was
Biggest failure of a question of all time.
it makes me wonder if people were like that had to be a line being like used for like weeks on forums and stuff.
It had to have made the rounds.
And so he's like, I have to bring it up, but like I want to be able to get another interview with a Bethesda employee in the future, so I can't like, you know, put their balls in a vice.
All right, hang
So
on. I'm going to look up the quote.
like Todd must have immediately regretted saying that.
All right, hang on. Tools, anytime, custom range, 2, 1/1 2011. Nothing's popping up. Hang on. This was from the Aliens Invade interview. Let me pop up the archive of this.
They've deleted all the evidence.
Being
There's nothing
much
left.
more. Okay. It was clear Xbox users were much more comfortable buying content by a wide margin.
You should try asking Gemini.
The AI?
Yeah, let it invent something for you.
Yeah. So does it have a hallucination issue?
Yeah.
Okay. I've been using the way I use AI is hang on. I gotta mute myself to
Oh. Oh. Okay.
So yeah, that's the big thing that I use AI for. And chat will never know.
I can't believe that's shocking. I am disgusted.
Writing his scripts. I don't write. I plagiarize, okay? I don't write.
Yeah. Think about all the people in the Philippines that you're stealing money from by using AI.
Think of all the like ice caps that are being melted because of using AI. All right, that was a 4-hour stream. I mean, this was an impromptu stream. I kind of just decided to do it because I missed last Sunday.
Yeah.
We were technically ahead with doing the Nuka World stream, but I felt I owed it to chat to, especially with the one stream that was really bad
Oh yeah,
that we
yeah.
had issues with. I felt I owed it. owed it to just knock out a few of these articles.
Yeah. I mean, it's got so much shit you got to cover anyways. Might as
Yeah, I
well.
I would like to get a lot of the like back end research done on the development before we start with the doing people's videos.
Yeah.
In March, I would like to definitely do the H Bomber Guy Fallout 3 video and then the Mini a True Nerd response to that, and maybe touch on the Kretosis response.
Mm-hmm.
And then H Bomber Guy New Vegas. And then from there, we'll have to figure out what's going on, like how we're gonna handle Super Red.
Uh, yes.
Have you seen Game Informer's review of Fallout 3? I mean, it's possibly on the list. What I found with Skyrim was that at the time reviews really weren't useful. Like Angry Joe was the most useful at the time review. I want to say that like a lot of traditional like pen and paper journalist reviews just weren't very good.
Yeah, a lot of those reviews just kind of read like stuff off the back of the box. Like they're more just like feature summations than actual like even opinions. Not even analysis, just like opinions.
Yeah, which I mean, yeah, sure is what a review is, but especially for like 2008, I feel like the because we have limited time to within which to do stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more interested in kind of the analytical discussion, especially the response war that was started by H Bomber Guy. There's a rabbit hole there. I can't wait for all the schizo political takes to come out of nowhere in every Fallout video. I'm looking forward to it too. I like to think that I've taken a fairly nuanced approach to it. Hang on, I'm in the wrong uniform for this. I like to think that I have been fairly balanced in terms of how I have presented the politics of especially Fallout New Vegas. I do talk a bit politics when it comes to Fallout 3, but mostly the security versus liberty stuff that we've talked about, yeah, on streams that you guys seem to think is not a theme of Fallout 3. I think when you see the video, you will understand that Fallout 3 is more political than people give it credit for.
Right, people were actually backing me up on that. They're doubting that
They doubt
Emil
me.
actually had. Yeah.
Yeah, no, people are very skeptical right now because I think that I'm the only person who's played Fallout 3 recently.
That's probably a very safe assumption to make.
But I'm trying to take an even-handed approach when it comes to the politics, and definitely I'm trying to focus it more on what the game is actually about than making it about something. Like, I'm sorry, but Elon Musk is not what Fallout New Vegas is about.
What?
When Fallout New Vegas came out, Elon Musk was the handing out iPads in Africa guy.
How is okay? I'm just trying to think like House is supposed to be Elon Musk.
Yeah.
I get yeah, no, that was like back in 2010. He's gonna save mankind.
I forget there's a specific person, and I can never remember his name, but there's a specific person, Howard Hughes. He was based on Howard Hughes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's based on like a specific person. New Vegas is literally about current political topic. New Vegas can be a decent platform to talk about things that Americans might not know about, like control economies. You know, we've heard of communism, but nobody in America really uses the term control economy, right?
Hmm.
But New Vegas is interesting politically. I think the Legion section is going to be much better than the Stormcloak section of my Skyrim video. The Stormcloak section of my Skyrim video has disappointed me. It disappointed me because I came to a realization about the Stormcloaks too late and didn't just write that in sooner into the section, and
Yeah.
that led a lot of people to the wrong place. So yeah. New Vegas is of course about the 2025 Project 2025, stripping women of their abortion rights and mass deportations, even of citizens. We're going to be straight up exiling people.
I Fantastic. I can't wait for my $30 for 12 eggs.
Yeah. What do you mean? Are you saying that you're using immigrants as cheap labor and exploiting